I know, but well, what do you do in this instance? What would you do in this instance? Put Johnny in his body and throw V in a fucking storage unit for the rest of his life? I don't think, you know what? Even if V wanted that, Johnny said, you're gonna fucking live, dude. Go live the rest of your life out. I think that's what Johnny would do, though. That's what he wanted. Why the fuck would Johnny condemn this guy to living in a fucking program? Like, exactly. Like, that, this is Johnny's, this is making amends with his life, right? This is exactly what he wanted. Negative. Where's my money?
Space station,
wait.
You mere mortals will never set foot. Now, they say the Crystal Palace has the most expensive casinos, the most beautiful women, and some damn breathtaking views. But that's what they say about Night City. Heaven on Earth, heaven in orbit. What's the difference to scop-eating dirt sniffers like us? One thing, though, better find yourselves a nice high hill to go palace gazing. Yep, sir, you denizens of Night City.
She's alive! She's here!
What? Couldn't wait for me?
Holy shit, not the bad ending. She lived.
You.
The happy ending. Soggy, 58 months, thank you, sir. That's the good ending. That is the good ending, though, for real. Okay.
Fuck.
Well, I mean, it's the best ending that could have been. You know what? Maybe there's a way to save him. I mean, I don't know, man. I doubt it, but... Why so many candles? These faces above me. No more harm shall ever meet my body. Everyone is standing. While here alone I lie, grieving, feigning. One must be true when one must die. And so buried under these wreaths of leaves, I lie solemnly, agelessly, solitarily. Death gone silent once again rushes to my head, though by now I know all comprehension is dead. How I loathe to become accustomed to this grave, to be what I once was, that is all I crave. Look at this fucking place, though, Jesus. Want to see the Crystal Palace?
Is everything all right? You okay?
No, I'm not okay. Nothing's okay. Fuck.
Pan Am.
I need air.
I need a coffee.
I know one thing. This fucking city, I will not miss it. I really can't understand it. After all that happened in Mikoshi, you feel no need to leave this shithole? Just leave. Run and never look back. Run away with me.
Even if... Why don't you stay here with me? Night City's my city, still got something left to prove here. Even if I leave with you, my time's almost up.
What would it change if I did leave with you? I only got a few months left anyway.
It would be a few months among people you care about.
Exactly.
People who care about you. Unless that's your point. You think the end could be easier? If you were alone?
You know that's not true.
I know this, V. Tomorrow I will be gone. We're breaking camp. We'll leave at dawn.
Don't want to lose you, but there's no other way. I'm dying, let me settle my affairs, so this is goodbye. I mean, I'm dying, let me settle my affairs, but like, what the fuck? No, I mean, she wants me to go with her, but my character is forcefully staying here. Don't want to lose you, but there's no other way. I mean, that's... Okay, we don't take one. I'm dying, let me settle my affairs. Okay, we don't want two. Is this a goodbye? Like, what the fuck are any of these... What are any of these lines? They're all negative as fuck. Well, I say, so this is goodbye?
So, this is goodbye.
No,
Do the damn job.
It's a
Show
question
this
mark!
fucking city who's boss.
It's a fucking question mark, you dumbass game! It's a, so, this is goodbye? No, you fucking idiot! What do you want me to do? So which one would it be? What the fuck would it be? None of them. Wait, do any of those options matter? Do any of those options matter? Really?
And
Okay.
realize, finally, that it was never about one last mission.
Yeah, no
You just
shit.
don't know any other way.
Well, because the game is forcing me to do this. What a dumbass game.
And promise me one thing. That you will not lose your way. Not in the final stretch.
What a stupid ending.
I promise.
Fucking dumbass, leave the city. Fucking shit ending. Legit shit ending. What?
See you around, Pan Am.
I did not
Until
choose
next
this.
Somewhere. Someday.
Remember, you still owe me that story about the guy from Caucas. One who rode in your trunk.
This doesn't make any sense. What a dog shit game.
It's a great fucking story.
Genuinely, what a dog shit game.
But a long one. Many twists and turns.
Bro, I
I'll
called
try
her.
to find the time.
I
Damn
literally
right you
called
will.
her. Before the fucking mission, I called her. What a dog shit game. Legit, actual bad ending. Actual rating just went down substantially, I'm not kidding. What a dog shit game. I literally called her. I called her. Okay, you dumb... Whatever. Till next
Fingers
time.
crossed.
Till next
Toast
time.
to you.
What a
I
donkey
remember
game.
thee.
What a donkey game,
Always.
legit. Donkey game. Okay, well, this is not the ending that I chose, so let's just say it was a bug, because clearly this game is forcing your character to be a fucking dumbass. That's actually shit. That is actually a shit ending. I'm not kidding. I don't like that at all. It forced my character to be a fucking dumbass. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I don't like that. Wow. Let me go off and kill myself now. Whoa. What a great ending. So garbage. What is this? Don't care, don't... This doesn't even matter anymore, man. This game is donkey dick. Like, what is this? What a stupid fuck V is. No shot, this is the ending.
Hello. Thank you for choosing the Delamain service.
And this guy's
Where shall
also
we fly
brain dead.
today?
And this idiot's also brain dead. He doesn't even remember me.
The afterlife. Head over there.
Ah, this ending sucked,
As
cock.
you wish.
Oh, I'm naked. Lovely.
We will be traveling along restricted air corridors. No delays anticipated.
Preem.
If I may deign, you look frightfully fatigued. Was it a difficult night?
Difficult few weeks.
I'm truly sorry to hear that. The Delamain network is pleased to offer complimentary services that may just be the ideal remedy for your current condition. What's more, I'm delighted to inform you that Delamain has joined forces with Trauma Team. With our limited time-only Safe Travels package, you have a full range of medical services available to you at your fingertips.
A little too late for medical help.
Medical aid. A day late and an 80 short for that.
I'm afraid I don't understand. You've practically unlimited resources at your disposal. I'm certain we can find an appropriate solution.
Don't worry about it, though.
As you wish.
What's going on with Arasaka? And how's the sitch in the city?
Here's an item that might interest you. The Arasaka crisis continues. The corporation still teeters. Aggregate...
No, listen, what doesn't make sense is your character, you're forced to press buttons that don't make sense. You're forced to press buttons that don't make sense. What a terrible ending. I did everything to not drag her into this shit. I didn't call Panam because I don't want her to fucking drive up in a tank to kill herself. No shit, I'm not gonna call you. And then at the end of the game, she's like, please don't leave. And then your character is saying like, I have to leave. No, you don't, you fucking shit game. Actually a garbage game. Actually garbage.
Media mentions indicate
Actually
a
garbage.
mammoth stain on the
Doesn't make any
corporation's
sense.
image, as
Actually
well as
garbage.
financial and political defeat.
I'm actually pissed off.
Secure Your Soul was to be a smashing success for Arasaka.
Yeah, she's leaving, but I am... Why? Just fucking leave with her. Leave with her. It's terrible. It's frustrating. I clicked every button to make sure she doesn't fucking follow me into death. All of that was to go off and have a happy ending. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. No, I didn't. And then my character's a dumbass at the end of the game? Nah, bro.
Turned into a horrific curse. They lost all resources related to the
It doesn't
program.
make any sense.
Promised the rich immortality. Sold them on it. Actually collected engrams and knowledge. A bid for control. For power, I say.
Precisely. In any event, it will be some time before Arasaka successfully
Doesn't make any
reorganizes.
sense.
It seems you, the afterlife,
Okay, what option did I press that made me, like, fuck the ending up? What was the option? Because I had to choose her? I had to call her? If I had to get her help? Well, I went with Johnny because he said, let's not fuck this up. And so I didn't drag her into the ending. Why would I go with her? I chose Johnny to make sure she wasn't gonna come help me at the tower so she wouldn't kill herself. How is that? Why? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. She wanted to get in there. Yeah, but I don't want her to. Johnny literally said. Johnny literally is saying you shouldn't drag the people you care about into this nonsense. And I said that to him, like, yeah, no shit. So I'm not gonna call Panam. I'm gonna go with Johnny, right? It's not about Johnny at that point. It doesn't make any sense. That is a bullshit ending. It doesn't change the rating of the game, but like that's complete bullshit. Nah, it's complete bullshit.
for now.
I don't care if she wants to help me. I don't care if she wants that, bro. I'm not gonna throw her life away for the sake of me. You stay there, but the thing is, by the end of it, she still wanted to help me, but my character was a dumb fuck, and he's like, oh, no, I can't go with you. I'm a legend now. The fuck you on about? I didn't call you because I cared about you, and that was the point of not having you die. Doesn't make any sense. We'll see anyways. I'm naked.
We have arrived at your destination. Thank you for choosing the Delamain service. Have a nice day.
I have no clothes on.
choosing the Delamain service. Have a nice day.
I'm naked. Whoops.
Hey, you there. Yes, I'm talking to you. Are you getting what you want to know?
Oh, I have clothes. But whose clothes are they? What is this nasty ass designer clothes? What is this?
Let me guess. Food from a tube, rusty water from the tap, another murder outside your bedroom window. What if you could leave all that
Wait, sorry, I didn't even go down.
Far, far behind when you begin your journey to the final frontier. Send the word SPACE to 7299 for a chance to win a one-week getaway for two at the Crystal Palace. 10 casinos, 5 pools, top-end brain dance equipment, and the best chefs in the universe. If you're looking for a taste of paradise, don't wait a month.
Boss?
Hey,
I'm now the
we
boss.
good?
Perfect. Your box is ready and waiting.
Am I really the owner of the club now? I guess not, right?
Get you something?
My usual.
Sure thing. People can tell something's up.
What a garbage
Won't be able to
ending.
keep it under wraps much longer.
Won't have to. Takeoff's today.
Today?
Is that a problem?
No. Just, in that case,
Wait.
you're gonna need something special. Rogue had this little ritual. Before any big op, she'd knock back a shot of tequila. Silverhand's preferred. Asked her once if it was for luck or whatever. You know what she said? Said it was about remembering. Said that remembering Johnny that way helped her focus on what was important. Anyways, afterlife tradition. I'm gonna mix you up one of our specials. Just tell me who we're drinking to.
Drink to Johnny, drink to Jackie, drink to Rogue. Well, fuck those two. Okay, maybe not Johnny. What about my drink? I'll drink to me.
So, what did hit the spot about now?
I mean...
Mix me up a Wells. Gonna drink to Jackie.
Yeah, I can't.
Miss him, don't you?
Garbage ending.
This place is Jack's dream, you know? Afterlife legends. That's what we were gonna be.
Well, then you made his dream come true. Good luck, V.
What? What? This is not my ending, though. I was literally lied to. I was literally lied to. Oh, shit.
I've long awaited this moment, to look the latest afterlife legend in the eye. I must say, I'm moved.
Happy not to disappoint.
Sit.
Talk to me.
Well, V, Mikoshi was quite the punch. You TKO'd Arasaka, in fact. Brought you eddies, influence around town. But not just that. It meant positive paralysis of Arasaka's systems. A few additional hatches opened up. My people rushed in, grabbed what they could.
So it's all systems go for the op.
I have confirmed the intel leaking out of Arasaka. The casino is currently testing a new security system. And it's true. They will be shutting it down briefly today. I believe you'll know how to use that moment.
I'm the best, won't let you down.
Won't be disappointed. Pick the best merc around for the job.
So I've heard. But I'd like it proved to me as well. Speaking of which, nobody's ever pulled off a stunt like this. Where I'm from, they'd say it's straight impossible. They'd say you're taking too big a risk. Poetically speaking, flying towards the sun to burn up.
It'd be all kinds of wrong. That's why you hired me.
Guess that's why you hired me.
You know why I hired you? Because you'd do anything at all for even the faintest chance at survival. Even if it meant coming to within a hair's breadth of your untimely death.
This time tomorrow, should have the casino's client data. All of it. Don't forget your side of the bargain.
Oh,
This
I
doesn't make
never
any sense.
forget a promise.
I mean,
Good luck.
We go on to Mars to get our fucking brains fixed. Is that what that is?
Right. In position.
Perfect. Almost to the second. My turn. Satellites are down for now. Just got the signal. Signature cloaking activated. Remember, got one shot and one shot only.
Yeah, tell me something I don't know.
As soon as it starts, there'll be no backing down. No chance at extraction. No chance of survival if anyone notices.
Excellent.
But if this works, you'll gain more than you ever imagined.
Times when I had something to gain are long gone. Now I got nothing to lose.
That's kind of grim. Then again, who am I to judge?
As around town, your client, it's like I said, nobody knows a damn thing, meaning one of the two things or maybe both. You guys swimming with the great whites way above your info circle, high up enough that nobody can even give us the known or unknowns, or he's shady as hell, given the city doesn't abide by the nameless. Either way, make sure you know what you're doing. V, security. ID recognition, discussed, your side codes, passwords, change everything 20 minutes. We understand you have that covered. Infiltration. One approach along the planned trajectory. They're advanced. Airlocks, entrance, evacuation. Don't get in range of their scanners. Try not to set off the alarm during decompression. Okay. The Crystal Palace. Feel alive in the dead of space. Interesting. You know what? This is an interesting ending. Okay. This is interesting. Okay. I guess this kind of makes a little bit more sense. To a degree. I mean, one last... I'm still fucking pissed. I'm still so pissed. Okay, where the fuck do I go? I'm hard stuck in a spaceship with 2 doors. It's at this door. Where do I go? Oh.
Okay. Here goes nothing.
Good luck. See you down bottom.
Over and out.
Uncle Kano's made it to Mars. So he's going to Mars because he's had it's his last chance at survival. That's what this is, right? That's where Somi went, like Songbird. Yeah, it's his last chance. Yeah. No, what do you mean no? Somi went to the moon. Isn't there something here that matters, though, for him? Info on a cure. You know what? Okay, that ending wasn't so bad, but I'm still pissed that I got lied to. I'm still pissed that I got fucking lied to. Johnny yeah, he did. He gaslit
What's up, kid? Been a while since you came to see old Vic. I'll bet your tunes if the afterlife found you a new Major League Ripper, huh? Them swanky downtown fucker shooting chrome out his ass. Am I right? Well, I mean it, kid. Get all you can out of this life.
Yeah, you know what, though?
More than anyone I know. But stop by sometime, okay? Next time you're in the neighborhood, we'll talk about old times.
In a way...
I'll take a look at you. Make sure that the new Ripper of yours didn't screw anything up. See you around, V.
In a way, I actually think this is... kind of the better ending.
Hey, V. Everyone's telling me you're a base gordo now. A big shot, eh? So big you can't call me once a week. Once a month, even. Don't forget where you started. Who you started with, My door's always open to you, V. There's always food on my table. Mi casa es su casa. No se te olvide. Ahí te veo, V. Hey, V! Long time no see. Let me guess, you still the top of your game in all of Night City? Yeah, I left all that. I guess I'm just calling to say thanks. For everything. Wasn't until I'd left everything behind that I realized how depressed I was for all that time. Take it from me, V. If you ever get the chance, just leave. Leave and don't look back. The weight it takes off your shoulders, I can't even describe it. All right, enough lecturing. Take it easy, man. Hey, V. How are things? Weather in the Badlands is pleasant as usual. My cooler melted, it's 90 degrees in the shade, and there's a sandstorm heading straight for us. So, yeah. You're missing out. No, but seriously, we're all getting by. Family never stops growing. Work's always piling up. Sometimes all I wish for is a good night's rest. But oh well. Can't have everything, right, B? You know what I mean. Let me know when you get bored of the city. I'll take you for a nice, long ride.
Okay, so she didn't give up on him.
Take care, V.
She didn't give up on him.
Hello, V. Saul speaking. Heard about something big happening in Night City, with a certain V in the lead role. Don't know what you plan to do now, but just remember, we always take care of our own. And, you're one of us now, V. You're an Aldo Caldo. Remember that. Take care of yourself, V. And see you around.
V, hey! Can you hear me? Shit, is this thing recording? Okay, well, all of us have been wondering when you're finally gonna drop by. We can get a barbecue going, knock a few back, do a couple of races, or pay a friendly visit to the Raff and Shiv. Guess what I'm trying to say is, well, Badlands could use a badass like you, V. Don't know what you got on your plate right now, but remember, you're welcome out here anytime. All right, now, take care.
Hey, V, so funny thing just said. Oh, fuck's sake. Voicemail again. Do you ever answer the phone? Like, ever? Seriously. I can get through to data term customer service faster than you. What did I even... Oh, yeah. You know that Us Cracks agent called me and asked if I would go on tour with them? At first, I was like, over my dead fucking body. But then I thought, hey, wait, I could actually be fun. So, who knows? Well, there's the latest gossip for you, if you even care. Call me back when you can, okay? Peace out.
V, hey. So, here's the thing. A couple fellas from the 5th Precinct busted a shop selling illegal iron. Sawed-offs, stun guns, mustard gas canisters. Orders from on up were to blow it all to the ground. But then I thought, maybe there's a better way to use all this stuff for a good cause. I still remember what you did for us. For me and Randy. The city needs more people like you. And I'm gonna make sure they're equipped. This one's on me, V. See you around.
I actually like this ending more than maybe going with Panam. I actually think...
Before samurai committed to seppuku, they wrote, a death poem. It contained their final thoughts about life, about death. I have read many of them of late.
You don't even know the Panam ending. I don't.
Beauty. Yet, I am not a samurai, so I bid you farewell with simple words. Rot in hell, Xero.
Rot in hell.
Hey, it's Peralez. V, you're gonna want to hear this. But first, we need to go somewhere no one's listening. Okay, so my wife, Elizabeth, she's in on the whole thing. She keeps saying I should look after myself. Tells me to take these pills. Says they're vitamins. Got them analyzed at a lab. And they look okay. But how am I supposed to know if somebody didn't falsify the results? Well, when you got a sec, call me, okay? Oh yeah, and don't forget to delete this message.
Hey, V. Listen, I was just thinking about you, so I laid out a quick tarot. I know the reading's not as strong without you here, but we haven't seen each other for so long, and well, one thing led to another. Know what I drew? Strength, the Emperor, and the world. Babe, the world's gonna hear about you. Go and show Night City what you're made of.
So, the reason I think this ending actually makes more sense than maybe going off with Panam, I actually like this ending. I thought it was complete dog shit, and then I thought about it, and I'm like, I was thinking what would have happened at the end of the game, it didn't process well, is that I would have been cured of the chip. The engram would have been gone. Exactly, if you go with Panam, you just accept death. If you don't, you fight for your survival, and Panam still kind of cares about you. And at that point, you try to find a cure, and then maybe you go back to Panam, right? This ending is good. No, I think this ending's great. Yeah, okay, so this ending makes a bit more sense. I don't think V would want to accept death and just be like, hey, let's live out six months of our life together. I think if there's a chance at survival, he would take it and then go back. I don't know, I think that's... If there's a chance at living the rest of your life out, especially in a world like this, with Panam you have a potential cure too. From who?
There's a canvas with
Techno shamans, really? Techno shamans, there's a chance?
It was a passion for the ages, but in the end, guess we paid a cost.
Run off with them for saving himself? Well, maybe he found Well, things change along the way. What you think in the beginning isn't what you think at the very end of your life, I'm assuming, right? Like, for the sake of this guy's, journey, he wanted to be a legend. He wanted to survive the streets. He saw what happened to his best friend who tried that. He died in cold blood, gone right next to him. V found love, still fought for survival, and I think in the end, for me again, it was really him banking on, curing himself in Arasaka Tower. And it didn't work out. I think this ending makes a bit more sense, to be honest. So what do I think of this game? See, I was actually kind of pissed off at that ending, but why would you want to lay down and die? To be fair, though, you're surrounded by loved ones. Let me turn this down. So you're surrounded by people who care about you, but you're on a timer, right? You know what I mean? Emotional ending versus logical highest chance of survival. I mean, this is still kind of, in a way, I feel like it could still work out. I think, again, fuck being a legend, fuck any of that stuff, man. Go save yourself and then be with your loved ones. The city doesn't care, man. The city's a shithole. The real ending is the DLC one. Well, I mean, this is not today's times. There's a lot more to do in this world than, us surviving ailing problems in today's times, right? There's quite a few crazy things in this universe that can probably save you. It's a different universe, man. If this was some sort of, 18th century, oh my god, I'm Arthur Morgan, I've got fucking brain rot. I mean, you make the most of your time, bro. There's no magical cure. For the sake of a Cyberpunk game where you have all of these insane, futuristic, remedies, there is a chance at life. I think maybe. I don't know. I think both endings. You either go off and try and save yourself and then go back to the ones you love, or you just die peacefully with them. It's just, for the sake of Cyberpunk, it isn't so clear. The technology is out there. The technology is out there. And it didn't even sound like Panam was angry, right? I actually think... Let me ask you this. Press 1. I haven't seen the ending, though. Press 1 for Panam ending. Press 2 for this ending. Dude, me getting angry just woke me the fuck up, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't seen the Panam ending, to be fair, but at the same time, I can understand this ending being good. I regret raging at this ending because at the same time, I was lied to. When you sit down and you make the decision, I was lied to. Well, we can watch it on YouTube, yeah. The black beanie, yeah. I was lied to. Listen, Johnny was like, man, you don't want to drag your loved ones into this. Don't do it. And what I thought was I was going to call Panam for help. She was going to join me in the Arasaka raid to get my fucking chip taken care of, and she was going to die in the process. That's the impression that I got from that. So why would I call her? Johnny said, don't drag your loved ones into this. I mean, I don't know, man. That's what I thought. It's assumptions, but you can just play it. I'm not gonna play it. I think we're gonna watch it. I think that's the ending we got. I think, you know what? Let's talk about the rating. Give me your rating right now of this game with the DLC. The lore and everything won't change my rating. It's not going to change my rating. Give me your rating of this game. Go. 9, 8, 7, 8. 8 with the DLC. 9. Okay, so pretty decently, like 7 to 9. Okay, I saw 110. I'm gonna give this game... What do you think I'm giving this game? What do you think I'm giving this game? What do you think? 7. 8. Tobias 7.5. This game is getting a solid 9.5. This game's getting a solid 9.5. It's getting a 9.5. No, it's that good. I think this game is that good. It truly is something special. The biggest thing about this game is it's kind of got everything. You know, it's not better than Red Dead. I still can't say it's better than Red Dead. I think this game is deserving of a 9.5. With the DLC, with all the content, with all the fucking characters you meet, the action, the fucking cinema moments. I mean, in the base game, there wasn't too many cinema moments. I feel like the DLC was more of the cinema. I mean, one of the heaviest moments in this whole game was the ending of the DLC. That shit was crazy. That shit right there is a gut punch. It's a gut punch. I feel like it's a little rough around the edges. Mostly. Again, it's got the building blocks of basically everything it needs to be. It's a great game. It's a very solid game. And I think for me it was mainly just a lot of gameplay aspects. A lot of gameplay aspects. You know what? I will say the DLC actually did bump this game up a little bit. 100%. It's a good foundation for the next game. I think the next game is going to be insane. The DLC was just nuts. No, the DLC and like that. The DLC was so cool. I don't know if the DLC was better than the. I would say. The DLC, somebody said, was them trying to make amends with how this game ended up turning out. And I can kind of see that. So here's my thing. Imagine the DLC, but an entire game. That's exactly what they're doing for the next sequel. Right? Or the next Cyberpunk game. Like, it's good. No, it's good. This game is good. That would be a 10, though. Yeah, I think so. I think Cyberpunk 2 would be a 10. Yeah, I think so. If they take everything that they did wrong with this game, I think that for the base game, you know what was missing? More highs. More highs. More emotional, like really big highs. Again, gameplay was at times rough around the edges. Again, it's got the building blocks of something amazing. A very strong foundation to work from. But there isn't a lot of highs in the base game. A lot of highs in the DLC. But an overall package, 9.5. Adam Smasher was so underutilized. Actually kind of sad. Actually kind of sad. Like, he was fucking cool, but you see him twice in the whole game. Such an underutilized cool character. Like, you literally see his opener, and he's a fucking 8-foot-tall robotic freak, and he's like, "You look like a piece of fuckable meat." And then you see him 70 hours later for 5 minutes, and he's dead. You know what I mean? Like, that's a crazy intro for a character. Probably one of the biggest standout characters in this game, and he was nothing. So, again, rough around the edges. It needs more highs. I would say without the DLC, this game would be like a 9. Like an 8.59. Honestly. As a whole package, the fight was okay. I don't think it was anything exceptional. It was cool. You know what was the best fight in the game? The best thematic fight in the whole game? Was the airport fight. With Songbird. Leading into Reed's death. That was the best fight in the whole game. That was the coolest one. Like, everything about that fight was perfect. The atmosphere, the music, the tension, it's like you're being surrounded. Jesus, man. Like, everything about that was well done. So, even the black wall, like, what happened to the black wall? And then, yeah, at the end of it, you just go... The Chimera fight was good. It's one of, if not my favorite games. No, dude, this game is great. This game is excellent. Just watch the ending. I do not think you understand what her option was. We will watch the Panam ending. No, I'm going to watch her ending. So, what time is it right now? It's only 10:30. Well, Panam's ending is probably you going off, you live peacefully, and then you die. Which, as interesting as that sounds, again, for the fact that, like, there may be a cure, I think, if anything, V has a better chance of making something work with Panam if he takes that chance. If he takes that chance. You know what I mean? I feel like, to me, that ending that we just got made a bit more sense. You know, he does want to get out of there, but I was under the impression that let's clear this up, let's get cured, and then let's get out of there. You know? And that wasn't the case. The desert hippies will cure us. Yeah. Seems like you're giving up and enjoying what time you have left. I feel like that's great, but that's not... Again, that's not V. I don't think V would just kind of give up. The only reason I was under the impression that, like, let's get out of this city, let's go find a cure, we're done with this shit, man, fuck being a legend. Okay, makes sense. You found a love interest. You found people you care about, all that jazz. But, like, you wouldn't kind of just give up. Especially when you care for people. You'd try and make it work. You don't just want to lay down and accept death in their company. If you have a chance at extending your life and being with them. I was actually contemplating taking the Arasaka ending. I don't even know what that would have been. I don't know. I don't even want to know what that is. You got to see that one. It's the worst. All right. Well, folks, I'm going to give this game a 9.5. I'll collect my thoughts on it more, and we'll talk about it more tomorrow. YouTube, we are done with Cyberpunk. 9.5 game. There's no reason that Cyberpunk 2 won't be a 10 out of 10. To be honest, there's no reason it wouldn't be. I think the devs of this game will easily look back and correct everything. It's a very solid game. It's great. It's a solid game. I'd say the lowest I could give it would be like a 9, but I think it's like a 9.5, to be honest. It's not a Red Dead Redemption. That game is fucking perfection. That game has really high highs and really low lows. It's great. This game is kind of like very mellowed out, and then it like bumps up a little bit, and then, you know, ooh, and then it's gone. So it needs to be... I think with how impactful the DLC was in terms of like, dude, the DLC could have been something out of Red Dead Redemption. That's how good the highs were in the DLC. Like, the ending of the DLC was outside of the ending of the base game, I mean, it really was the biggest gut punch. I don't think it overshadows the ending of the base game, but, like, they really made something out of the DLC. It's just some big fucking crazy action film with a sad ending. So, I'm just going to collect my thoughts. Tomorrow we'll yap more about this game, but I do want to watch some of the other endings tonight, and me getting pissed off at this game actually woke me up a little bit, so that's nice. I thought now I'm going to yawn. YouTube, we are done here. Have yourselves a great night. Stay safe, be well. Sorry I'm not reading the chat too often. I should make it my mission to read YouTube chat as often as I can. It's not really a good ending because you're only going to live 6 months. See, even YouTube says that too. See, that's what I kind of realized. It's like, I genuinely think the dream of being a legend kind of died with Jackie. You know? After that, you just kind of like, you're just fighting for survival. Like, do you care about being a legend, or do you want to live? You know what I mean? Like, Jackie kind of had that fire. He wanted something for himself. And then after that, it's like, fuck, man. We're really just going to go out like that? You did it for Jackie. To continue on and be that legend that he wasn't able to be. I mean... Well, I thought at that point, it's like, I don't know, man. What would Jackie want? What would Jackie want for us? To just follow him into the grave? I don't know. Either way, I think it... You know what? I was initially pissed off, and then I realized... I didn't realize he had a chance. You know what I thought the ending of the game was? That V was just a fucking stubborn dumbass, and he was going to walk off and just kind of fuck around in the city. I didn't realize he had a fucking tip to, like, go off and find a cure. Since that was the case, way better ending. I thought he was just a dumbass. He's not a dumbass, thank God. I think that's a good ending. Genuinely. I think that is the most open-ended, like... Well, we'll see. You know what? Anyways, folks, YouTube, we're done here. Have yourselves a great night. I don't know what we're playing next. We'll decide tomorrow. But you know what? We can look at it right now real quick. So, we have successfully moved on from Cyberpunk, and we are now at 19.5. So this would include Look Outside, Carrion, Darkwood, and Split Fiction. I think we're probably going to fuck with Look Outside or Carrion. 2 games that are smaller. I think Darkwood's pretty big. So it's going to be Look Outside or Carrion for the next 2 games, okay, folks? So that's it. Be well, YouTube, and we will talk tomorrow. Peace. Yeah, honestly, that really is just... I guess I had it wrong, initially. I did have it wrong. I thought he was doing something he shouldn't have been doing, but you know what? That's okay. Is there anything after the credits? Can I skip this? There's a lot of people worked on this game. Your takes are very good. I beat the game with no HUD on very hard. With barely any upgrades. I'm good at the game, son. I'm good at the game. I want to see the endings. A very unique playstyle. The solo ending? What even is that? Is that go in alone with Arasaka? Beating the game Melee right now. Is it hard? Well, if we can get through this, what we're going to do, folks, is watch the other endings. The Aldecados bring war to Arasaka if you go with Panam. I thought Panam was just going to be a batshit crazy woman and just drive up in the tank and get herself killed. Too soon, so this is the last stream for a bit. Hey, good luck with that, man, and thank you for the bits, bro. Hey, sort that out, sir. My brother's there. And he's been there for a while, and, you know, it's working out pretty well. So good luck, man. I won't be going anywhere, sir. If you're on base, tune into the stream. You still will see me here. We will watch the other endings, yeah. When we can get through this. So wait, can I just close the game, or do we have to watch this? There's nothing at the end of this. Just close it. There's nothing. Thanks for playing. Congrats. You've completed the main story of Cyberpunk 2077. But remember that Night City never sleeps. There's still so much to do. You can continue from your last save. Special reward waiting for you. Would you like to keep playing? They gave me a new item. Yeah, we're never going to see it. I don't want to play that game again. You know, that's a very good game that has a shit ton of replayability, but I don't like replaying games right now. I think that game you should replay, to be honest. There's a lot of content in that game, and I think it has a lot of replay value solely through mods. The mod system, I'm sure, is fucking insane for this game. How many different mods can you get to make this experience completely new? You know what I mean? Like, that alone should make this worthwhile. My only gripe is that the story is still going to be the same until, like, maybe the end. Like, you can make different choices and fuck up things, but I now know the story of Cyberpunk. I've experienced the game, I've experienced the story. I haven't done all the content, but I've done a lot to kind of just understand everything. You know, we're going to watch YouTube videos and look at lore and all that stuff. What I want to do, though, is we got to watch YouTube videos, folks. So what would you like to see? Should we watch... Which endings should we watch? I'm not going to bed yet. I'm watching the endings. Panam's ending or Arasaka ending? Cyberpunk, all endings. I'm doing it. I don't know how long it is. I hope it's not that long. All main endings ranked worst to best. 32 minutes. Is that it? All Cyberpunk 2077 endings ranked worst to best.
I am going to rank the Cyberpunk 2077 a video about...
Okay, well, this isn't... Yeah, no. So what do we do here? All endings. So what do we... Sam Bram did a video.
There are no less than 7 different ways that Cyberpunk 2077 can conclude.
I guess we should watch this. Sure.
And whilst some share...
I guess we just watch this video.
Of deciding which of your friends...
Don't fear the Reaper? Wait, what are you linking? Is this like... This is the solo ending? I want to see Panam's ending. Panam ending. That's the main one that I wanted. They say it's the best ending. 2 hours. Here we go. Okay, here is a 2-hour-long video of the endings of the game. Yeah, we're not watching it all, but okay. Trust Panam. Okay.
I'm gonna try to ask Pan Am for help.
You absolutely sure? No going back on this, you know.
I'll skip the combat. I completely forgot that everyone's V looks different, and so I'm gonna see this guy's V, and I'm just gonna be like, who the hell is this?
Just hold on a minute. Need to think. There is another option, you know.
What?
We put all this, the pills, everything, to bed.
What is this?
If we don't try something, anything, we're both doomed.
I know. Exactly why we'll do one last thing.
Okay. Lost me. Realize the shit we've been through to get this far.
Sure do.
To let it all go now. Why?
Cleanest, least bloody option.
What the fuck?
We try anything else, people will die.
People die. It's the way of things.
Is he just gonna shoot
What's their
himself?
sacrifice? Are you?
People will die, says the guy who went through the whole game shooting people to death. What a dumb ending.
Besides, it's the only way we'll both be aware.
Of what? Death?
This is a secret ending, right?
The moment life escapes.
Oh, it's not.
Never really gave it a thought. Funny how you still manage to surprise me sometimes.
Might be something I learned from you.
V, you sure about this?
As long as you got nothing against it.
Not how I'd have done it. But that's all right.
Just like that. No pushback.
Huh. Might have learned a little something from you, too. Is it time?
What a terrible ending.
It really is beautiful.
Wow. Imagine... That is the equivalent of playing Pathologic and fucking up one option and ruining your entire playthrough.
Been nice working with you, V.
Yeah. With you too, Johnny.
Will you pick it if you're a psychopath? Your game would have no meaning if you did this. Imagine playing an 80-hour game and then you do this. Wow. Okay, I'm glad I didn't get that end. That is the worst ending in the game. That if I had that ending, I mean, this game's a 0 out of 10. Okay, so this is Panam's Path. Penang.
Retreats of restless nights in one-night cheap hotels and sawdust
Dated.
Okay, so we just skipped this stuff. Here we go.
With damage valued in excess of the annual budget of many a small country.
Was there supposed to be...
Sucker! How's it feel to be on your knees, huh?
Wait, wasn't there supposed to be...
With damage valued
I want
in
to see
excess
this
of the
regardless.
annual budget of many a small country. Serves you right, sucker! How's it feel to be on your knees, huh?
Worry not, unwashed masses. Our wondrous lives in Night City won't change much, but when do they ever? We live midst dust and chrome, and midst dust and chrome we shall all die. Now for some good news, and some...
I mean, wait, so does she show up at the tower to help you fight?
This dam. Remember it well. Our beginnings.
I did not know what to make of you
Do
then.
all of them show up to help you fight?
And now you do?
You'll not get any tearful confessions out of me.
It wouldn't be tearful. I know you.
That's cool.
What I think of you now matters not at all. Tomorrow we will be elsewhere. We'll start everything anew. You and I. Ask me that.
Why do I feel like this ending is actually terrible? Because you dragged the nomads, people who have no interest in this fucking city, back to it to fight a war that has nothing to do with them whatsoever. I don't like that. You know what? I think we'll watch it. We'll watch it, sure, but
then
can't hardly wait. Get ready, Arizona.
Well, they're family, but like, bro. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Look at the city. Somewhere in there, those bastards from Arasaka are wondering how they lost everything. They'll figure it out one day, but we'll be long gone.
They'll never find us. I can promise you that.
I know. Perhaps that's why I need a good long look. One day this view will be a happy memory.
About to turn on your heel, never to see the city again. I think that makes you happy right now.
And you? Ready? Do you feel the road beckoning? It's possibly your last glance at those buildings.
Would you stay with me? If I changed my mind? Didn't want to leave?
They're my family, V. I can't abandon them. I wouldn't want to. And I'm glad I won't have to choose. You're coming with us. And then, we will see.
Then? Maybe we ought to try not living for thens anymore.
Shit, V. You're bleeding again.
Wow.
Just a little blood, Pan Am.
Must have been when the game
It's
first
nothing.
released.
V, promise me. As soon as we arrive down south, we'll go to my contacts. We'll fix whatever needs fixing.
Won't lose me, Pan Am. I promise. Bet you'll have enough of me yet.
Saul, once. Do you know what he told me? That anyone is truly free just once. When they know they have nothing to lose.
Exactly. Next month's, that's us. Got nothing to lose, and that's how we live. Let's get out of here.
Sure. But V, get a good look at the city. One last time. If you need to, I mean. I'll wait in the car.
Wait, so long.
Well, Night City. Good night and good luck.
Is it DMCA'd?
Gentleman extraordinaire, Yorinobu Arasaka confirmed that his sis, Hanako...
I actually don't like this ending. I think this is more harm than good. You know why, though? Because even at the end of the ending I got, she calls you, and she's like, hey, if you want to come by anytime, just swing by. You know what I mean? This is just kind of accepting death. And if anything, you're kind of fucking over your relationship anyways with this chick and your family, right? Like, you have a chance at being with them potentially in your final moments, but again, this is Cyberpunk, right? If you've got one more gig, one more heist that can potentially lead you to a cure, I mean, I feel like that's what you'd take.
In the usual gallons of blood, sweat, and tears, of course.
This is rot. I've heard enough.
Well,
most of our people have...
Was the ending for a cure, though? Was that not the ending? Did you just go off and do it for the sake of being a legend? Was that it? Doing the heist? Was there really nothing more after that? Really? That. Didn't, not for certain. Well, I mean, okay, you say not for certain, but, like, you just want to convince... I don't know, I'm kind of... Blue Eyes promised you something, but we don't know what it is. He's trying to bait you into a cure. Well, you say bait. Blue Eyes implied that you'll do anything for a cure. That's kind of the impression that I got. That he actually knew something that we did not. You know what I mean? Blue Eyes also contacted with Somi. Yeah, and Somi got a fucking cure. She's fine. She's living. So she made a deal with Blue Eyes. And then she's saved. She saved herself. She used us to get to Mars. Right? How do you know she's fine? She left us a message. She left us like a capsule. You know what? I actually don't... Yeah, see, I don't think it was about the reputation. I understand that, like... That's maybe how it looked, but at the same time, again, he did... The only reason we're up there is because we're in contact with Blue Eyes, right? Anyways, let's just go.
We've already crossed. They'll wait for us on the other side.
And our souvenirs from Mikoshi?
If we so much as approached the gates with tech like that, they would wipe us out without warning. We've checked. Arasaka has people at every border crossing. But we know a road less traveled.
Arasaka. Deja vu.
Did I say something wrong?
Just reminded me of Jackie and the Arasaka job. Think you know how that ended?
I'm sorry, V.
Come on. You had nothing to do with that. And anyway, things will be different now. Gotta be.
You know what? He did.
There is one thing.
Blue Eyes did say you're a survivor, and you do anything to survive. So actually, yeah, technically, you're going out on a whim here. No, you're right. That's what that ending was. Yeah, literally, that's what that ending was. Okay.
Thing I will miss about Night
Right.
City.
It wasn't really about the rep.
What's
Yeah,
that?
okay. You can't trick me,
food.
whoever that was.
The tie on 7th and
It wasn't
Hayward.
that.
The pierogies down by the docks.
Seriously?
You'll understand once you've ridden with us for a while.
Really? Then I can't wait.
Of course, our new lives will be nothing but pure fucking chaos. Of that, I have no doubt.
Doesn't matter. Gonna be a good life. I can feel it. And you'll sense it too.
Gonna be a good life. Bro, you don't have a life anymore. Well, not true. 6 months. Or a lifetime, potentially.
Pan Am. Girl, are you running from Night City or going to your granny's for cookies and milk? Gun it or that storm will catch you.
Screw you.
Mitch, hey.
Hey, V.
Good to hear you, chum. How's things?
Give me a month and I'll be as good as new. I told you all I'd be fine, didn't I?
Come on, Mitch. You weren't nearly that confident after Mikoshi. None of us were. He was in bed for weeks, a vegetable. It would have been the end of him if not for his synapses. Toughened, made almost fry-proof in panzers back in the war.
Did save every one of our asses, though.
Pity Saul's not with us. Or Teddy. Or Bobby. Or Scorpion. They would have kicked your ass out of whack after that move with the Panzer. Then hugged you until you puked.
I know, Pan Am, I know.
Gave us all a chance at a new start. Let's not fuck it up.
I'm glad you're with us, V. See you soon.
I can smell the ozone, even through the air conditioning.
It's that storm. Getting close.
Okay, we've arrived.
It's high time.
Well, I actually want to see this ending, because this was the only other ending that I kind of cared for, to be honest. I want to see all this. It's only 5 minutes. It's nothing.
Hey, Mitch.
Hey, let's get the fuck out of here, shall we?
Hey, how are things? Is everything arranged?
Everything's almost set.
So you found it? Where we thought it would be?
All plans laid and in place.
They are indeed. Come see us when you're done. We'll talk about the who, what, and how.
All right. So the plan. One more time.
We won't take any official crossing. I think you know that, right? So there's this old smuggling tunnel. Forgotten. We'll aim to use that. It's near the wall.
So you found a gate in the wall. Clever.
Not in as much as under.
It's one of those old smuggling tunnels. Thankfully, it's still open.
It wasn't the easiest thing to locate after all these years. But now, nothing can stop us now.
Great. And once we've crossed, what then?
We'll make for our meeting point, join the rest of our people there, then we'll move on towards Tucson.
And once there, we call the shots, right?
We know the roads like the back of our hand. And down in Arizona, we have some old favors to call in.
So even if I wanted to, I got nothing to worry about.
Starting today, it's not all on your back. You're no longer alone, V. You'll get used to it. It's nice.
Thanks.
Well, time to move, before that storm finds us.
This tank? What's this thing called? The Basilisk? Oh my god. This thing is fucking crazy, though. This reeks of forced optimism. That's kind of why, you know what? I actually like the ending I got, I think, more than this. I thought I wanted this ending, but I didn't realize that he wasn't going to get cured. I was really heavily under the impression that V was going to live.
Are we all set?
To be honest.
So jack in. Let's get the hell out of here.
I was very pissed. Yeah, I was. I mean, I guess you can't really assume, though, right? That's not really fair.
This is your big new beginning. So you have to start it like a real nomad, behind the proverbial wheel. Mostly go straight, go around the bigger holes, and don't lose the rest. Got it? I will deal with the nitro. The mix will go straight to the cylinders. If I don't sync it just right manually, it could blow us to bits.
I think that's best avoided.
Fuck.
Well, we're gonna watch a few of the other innings.
What?
The border wall, it wasn't here when I was little. I never imagined it would be. But I had this inkling that everything was different up north. That some bright fucking future awaited me there.
Yeah, I think I know what comes next. Once you wound up on the other side and nothing changed, you thought Night City was the answer. Everything would change there.
Yes. And you know the tale's end, too. I'm returning. Right back to where I started. Fuck.
No. Might be the same place on the other side, same space, but you're different. Totally different.
All in all, you're right. And I have you. And the rest of these clowns. You ready?
Been ready always.
Then hit it! Home stretch! Full speed ahead!
They've launched the drones.
moving. I'm heading west and activating the jammers.
They've marked me. I'm turning east to get them off your tail. Good luck, kids. See you on the other side.
The nitro is ready. Say goodbye to Night City. It's your last chance.
Got nothing left to say. Start her up. The wheel is yours.
Let's ride.
Exactly what you wanted. A new beginning.
Don't slow down, Pan Am. Not yet.
With Judy, really? It's Jared Leto. So, what do you do at this point? People said there was techno shamans who were gonna save him. What? Like, what is... Is there any hope for this, for V in this ending? Or is he just gonna die? That's not true? I think he's dead. I don't... You know what? The Storm Tech Core. You know what? It's an optimistic ending. I guess you don't necessarily know.
It's perfect. All great, Pan Am. We're going home.
I mean, that's an interesting ending, but to be honest, I actually think I prefer the one I got. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the one I got... It's just, you don't accept laying down and dying. I think that's what he does here. I think... I mean... Okay, so what is New Dawn? What is this?
My mom wigs out when I don't tell her I'm
What is a
leaving.
New Dawn?
Really think anyone gives a rat's dick how you look?
Oh, this is Johnny Keeps the Body? Well, we can skip through this.
Where to?
Time machine.
Savages out front will clean out half the store.
Throws at him.
We're not gonna watch all this. It's
Never been
2
out
hours
this way?
long. I think we'll be watching this stuff probably tomorrow. Not all of it, but...
Others? It worked on them. They feared him. What would I try?
Folks, it is getting late. I don't think we can really sit here and do all this stuff tonight. These are a lot of endings.
But do not forget the way home.
These are a lot of endings. Look at this. What even is this? What is this?
Death was inevitable.
Is this the DLC ending? Which one is the Arasaka ending? This is called Path of Glory. See, I mean, I guess in a way, I don't know. The way I viewed this ending, this Path of Glory ending, is he's offering you a chance to survive. You still kind of care about Panam, and so you take that chance at survival. You go off, you save yourself potentially, and then you retire with Panam. That's how I view this ending. Maybe that's not exactly it, because you are still kind of, you know, doing it like, oh, one more heist, right? One more train job. That's what I view this as. That is my idea of this ending. You don't go through an entire game with like a love interest, person you care for, you find a family, and then you give up on it for a mission. There clearly is something there, right? Do you want to retire? Do you want to sit down and say, man, that's it, I guess I just die? Or, you know, try and save yourself and then come back? What the hell is Don't Fear the Reaper's secret ending?
Everything in order?
You tell me.
Misty predicts the best outcome in Nomad ending. I mean, the Nomad ending is like the best ending, though. Like the most heartfelt ending. What is this?
Excellent.
But if this works, you'll gain more than you ever imagined.
The times when I had something to gain are long gone. Now I got nothing to lose.
That's kind of grim. Then again, who am I to judge?
One sec. Hang on. What is this? This is the Arasaka ending. Why was this not in the video? Okay, so you go in solo.
You just discovered what it takes to become a legend. Grab your iron. Let's mobilize.
This is the dumbass ending. This might be the Giga Chat ending, but it's the dumbass ending.
2023.
Are not allowed on the premises.
This is the dumbass ending.
Careful. This is their house. Got a game plan.
Look at this. Oh my god. The Cyber Psycho ending. Jesus.
Net run up. Ain't no expert, but sure looks like the tower's.
If you die, it's game over. That's crazy, though. What the fuck? So this is the hardest ending. He barrels in. You know, I actually think they really didn't utilize Adam Smasher. He was fucking cool. And he really didn't do anything. He literally did nothing. Like, he actually just did nothing. He's meant to be the boogeyman. Well, the boogeyman also kind of shows up to scare you. He didn't show up at all. What would you call DLC ending Cyberpunk? Is it Reed's ending? Is it Reed's DLC ending? Is that it? All 13 endings. All main game and Phantom Liberty. Man, I gotta go to fucking bed. Kill Songbird. Save Songbird. Give Songbird to Reed. So wait, there was supposed to be an ending with Reed at the end of the game? Was there an actual good ending? The tower. The watchtower ending? Panam's Path? Where is my mind signed contract? Bro, I'm not reading Zalene's passive. With the DLC, you can find the cure? Where? What ending is that? Oh, the new 2077 Cyberpunk ending.
And I can talk.
So this is if you take Reed's offer. Right?
Good. About time.
Wait, so Reed was actually the homie?
You got a new job. New duties. Lots of them. Busy bear. No time for me.
Who said that? When?
Wow, wait, Reed is the homie. Wow. Okay, Somi might get a rough deal, though.
The board woke up.
Again, recover it. But most likely, it'll always
And
be
Misty
different.
looks way different. Who the
I'll
fuck is this
be-
chick? Wait, is she like a net? What is what?
Drop it. Let me alone.
Nope. Show me the money.
Oh, it's years after the ending. Well, I mean, I have to go to bed, folks.
Better.
Tyler's.
But you...
Is that V? Who is this? I'm so used to seeing my V. Every other V is fake V. Who is this NPC? Pleb V. My V was the... Press 1 if my V was the coolest V. You got to admit, I had the coolest V.
So, till we meet again, I
My
guess.
V was memorable. My V was memorable. 100%. He was cool.
Hope so.
Oh, V. Do you still have that pendant I gave you?
Folks, I'm just gonna watch this tomorrow. We're gonna watch this stuff tomorrow, okay? I do have to go to bed. It's 11:12 and I'm past my bedtime by at least like an hour. Folks, the game's a 9.5. We're not gonna get it twisted. It's straight up a 9.5. One of the best games we've played. It is easily one of the best games we've played. Let me update this page. Cyberpunk with a 9.5. Cyberpunk plus DLC 9.5. Yeah, I would say that's a must play. For sure, that's a must play in my books. There we go. Put it here. Tomorrow we'll look at more Cyberpunk content, to be honest. I think what we should do is we should talk all things. How about this? Tomorrow we don't start new games. Tomorrow we have a league day and we do Cyberpunk YouTube content. So watch videos, talk about the game, talk about the endings, maybe talk about what people like, dislike, stuff like that. I think that's fair just to wrap up the game. Because I am tired and I do want to know more I want to watch lore videos and stuff like that. So I think that's what we'll do tomorrow. We'll just play League. Sounds preem chumba. Chumba! We got 40 games. And then we'll start fresh the next day, so I think that's Sunday, right? And we'll start with probably Look Outside or Carrion, one of those two. let me just go collect my thoughts. Let me go think on this when I go to sleep and when I wake up for a little bit, and we'll talk tomorrow. Okay, folks? So you guys, as always, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. That was Cyberpunk. One sec. Well, because we have to have closure with this game. We need closure, that's why. You can't just be... what I do when I beat games is I try to completely understand them from every angle. Right? I like to see the endings. I like to see this and that. I'm not saying, like, we have to 100% the fucking game's, like, you know, logic. But Cyberpunk is a very, very long game. And I think it is worth looking into content surrounding it because it is so intriguing. So by tomorrow, we should be completely satisfied with Cyberpunk, and we will never have to play the game anytime soon. Because that's the goal. You know, the goal is to play the game, get the most out of, like, an average playthrough as a standard, you know, I'm playing the game, I'm enjoying it, I'm doing some side content, but not 100% of it. I'm doing the main content, and then we're looking up the lore and we're reading into, like, the stories. Stuff like that. So that's why I think tomorrow makes more sense to kind of wrap up Cyberpunk through videos and more details, and we can be completely done with it. All right, so folks, again, thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow. Folks, have a great night. Thank you so much again, as always. You're fucking awesome. We're here. Good Lord, brother. Good Lord. Lord Almighty. Okay. Holy brain rot, Cyberpunk. Night City! Alright. Let's go watch some more videos. On Night City. Night Shitty. Night Shitty. Cyberpunk 2077. The full Cyberpunk timeline. Top 5 worst decisions in Cyberpunk. You know, I'm kind of... Hang on. I'm just curious to see what this looks like. One sec. What about the Cyberpunk trailer? Was there an original trailer that this game came out with? I want to see that. So let me activate the timer. Official launch trailer 4 years ago. There's an E3 trailer. Let's see what this is. Let's just start with random stuff.
Test of a person's true value. Death. Facing it. Staring it down.
So this was... This is the launch trailer that came out 4 years ago? 2 years ago?
Got you.
I got you.
Pressure's tanking.
It's neurogenic shock. He's dying.
V, you in there?
Ah, my head. So what now?
Now, you find out what it is you need to do. A thing of beauty.
Who the hell was that? Jackie? Wait, no, that's not. That's the cult mission. He's like, I will die. I'm the martyr. That's the martyr guy.
Thing of beauty.
Yeah.
I know. You've never backed down from anything in your life, even when you maybe should have. You go through Night City knowing a stray bullet could end you while hailing a cab. But that's never stopped you from taking action.
You believe you cheated death. It is death that...
You know, so what is that? Is this in the game? Is this like a different type of hand? I guess maybe the thing is, you know, what's interesting is that when it comes to kind of, it's the gorilla arms. Okay, so your hands actually get changed. Yo, Antonio, happy birthday, bro. 18. Good luck, man. It doesn't get better. Good luck. Wait till you're 30, son, and you've got hemorrhoids dripping into that toilet bowl every damn morning, and you gotta take pills to keep your cholesterol in check, and by God, the sun burns you like a fucking marshmallow. Good luck, sir. Happy birthday.
Cheated death.
Oh, it's a good one, man.
That has cheated you.
If you gotta kill,
live.
Kill.
You're
if
18.
You gotta burn it all to the ground.
Have fun with life, man.
Gentlemen, on the ground, asshole. Don't move.
Out of my house. No.
Never fade away. What you did to me, I know. Somehow I find a way, but I think of beauty. I like that it shows the main characters. The characters in this game are goated. The song is nice too. It's sad. There's Jackie down. See, this trailer is dope. It actually, this is all the characters, man. Like Judy, Rivers, the crazy psycho killer priest guy now. I mean, that is a cool trailer. I guess it doesn't show... Does it show that much? I don't think it showed that much, to be honest. What else was there? The reveal trailer. I feel like I remember some sort of reveal trailer. Wasn't in the reveal trailer, there was like some chick and she had like blade arms and she was in like a white gown? Isn't that like the super ancient trailer? I think I had seen some of it.
They voted my city the worst place to live in America.
There's V.
Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else.
Oh, is that the 2013 one? So this is different.
Can't deny it, it's all true.
This is the E3 trailer.
Everybody still wants to live here.
Wait, the fact that there was a trailer in 2013 is fucking cracked, and the game never came out.
An illusion. But it's there. Just around the corner. And it keeps you going.
Jackie.
V's voice here sounds like River's voice in game.
A little bit. It's a little softer. I mean, look at that. Oh my god. What the fuck? Wish we could have seen something like this. Look at this. Crazy.
It's a city of dreams. And I'm a big dreamer.
Jesus. I mean, that is a cool trailer. You know, I mean, this is more of like a cinematic E3 like reveal trailer. Like, look what we're doing. It still does capture the tone of the game, but like
the DLC ending.
We could do that after, yeah. I mean, these trailers are good. I mean, this doesn't really show anything. There's the fucking flathead, right? With what's his name? The first guy.
Technically, all of this did make it into the game. Dexter, yeah, Dex. What a bum that character was. I mean, what about this, though? This is like on a space flight. He's getting blackwalled. No, the trailers are cool. Those are cool. I feel like I'm kind of scared to watch trailers anymore before playing the game. Because they just fucking, they just spoil everything. They really fucking spoil stuff. How many fucking trailers for this game is there? Cinematic trailer. What the fuck is this? How many trailers? Another one? Are they all for different events? This is the cinematic trailer? This is the best one? Jesus, Mr. Delamain. I guess depending on the event, they do kind of put something together. Yeah. The No-Tell Motel. I mean, imagine a show looking like this.
You made it. You blowing up all over the news. Are you alone?
I just want the money.
You got the chip? All right, start her up, Bug.
This is literally just a quest.
Wash up. We gonna be with you in a minute. What? Oh, come
this
on,
is like
man.
the pivotal.
Your neck. It's a mess.
While hotel security has yet to comment, we do know the suspect seems to have fled the scene.
Initiating combat mode.
Go!
No way. Does it show him dying here? No way.
All right, in and out, bitches. We're rich. Oh, we are going to the major leagues, Jackie.
Wait, does it really just spoil the whole game?
Jack?
Why?
Shit. No. Okay, get to a clinic now.
Mr. Wells' condition is critical.
Go!
Immediate medical
It's gonna
help
be okay.
is required.
Just hold on. Hey. Just
I'm so
think about
glad
all
we
the
didn't
good
see
shit
this.
we're
That's
gonna
so
have,
fucking
huh?
stupid.
I'm sorry.
That is so dumb. Why would that be in the trailer? Yeah, why would they spoil that? That's crazy. I mean, this looks nuts, though. This is nice. I mean, this is the entire quest, basically, right? Like, oh, you're a loose end. The mantis arms. The nasty arms.
Take the fucking chip, Dex.
Every corporal cop in this city is gonna be blasting down these doors after what you and your psycho friend did. We didn't need all this cocksucking attention, damn it.
Look at this guy. Jesus. I mean, that is cool, but like, what the actual fuck were they thinking? It's not like how it goes down, but what were they thinking?
Wake the fuck up, samurai. We have a city to burn.
Keanu. You know, I actually really like Keanu in this game. Like, initially when I saw him, I'm like, dude, what are you doing here? And he really did grow on me. Like, Keanu's fucking awesome in this game. He's really good. This is the first time they revealed Keanu. That's dope. That is very cool. I wish it would have been like... I mean, that, you know what? I guess that is the first time you'd see Keanu. What if they, instead of showing this important fucking scene, they maybe had Keanu just kind of show up? You know, like he's in the middle of a different, like, job that just isn't in the game. That's cool. I mean, that's why I don't trust trailers, man. That's why I don't trust trailers. Like, you just ruin the fucking game. Like, what do you even do at that point? Sec. What I want to see is,
They could have showed the raid on the Arasaka Tower.
You could have done something. Yeah, literally, just anything. I want to see what Cyberpunk looks like with max graphics. Let's see.
Cyberpunk 2077 is one of the most graphically demanding games that you can play on PC, but for some, simply turning those graphic settings up to psycho just isn't enough. So if you're willing to melt that pretty new GPU that you just got your hands on, we've got 5 graphics mods.
4K and photorealistic. Is that the mod? 4K photorealistic. 4K photorealistic. That is a mod. This is playable. This isn't like... Holy shit, that's creepy. It almost looks terrible. It's creepy. I guess it... I don't know. That's weird. It doesn't look terrible, but it looks, Jesus. Look at that. Can you walk around, though? Fuck that game. You know what? That is disturbing. It's like an uncanny valley.
Looks like an
That looks amazing. It does. It kind of looks like an AI video almost. That is strange. You know what, though? I mean, that's crazy looking. What about... Oh my god, look at that. It doesn't look real. I guess that's how impressive it is. some like liminal space video. Yeah. That's crazy looking. So have people played the game like this? Basically? Let me make the a bit bigger. Have people beaten the game in max settings, like, with mods, I'm sure? I mean, how demanding of a fucking PC do you need for that? That's insane. I just typed Cyberpunk.
Path tracing without mods looks realistic in a lot of places too. Also, where do we post the lore vids?
If you just type them, I'll look them up. You just type the titles of the videos in chat, don't link anything, and I'll look them up. Cyberpunk teaser trailer. 12 years ago. This is the old one, right? But this is still the same game that they're teasing.
Come touch me like I'm an ordinary man. Have a look in my eyes.
This is the same game. Right? It's just they weren't able to deliver it 12 years ago. Jesus. You know what? In a way, I'm glad they didn't release the game 12 years ago, because how different would the game be? You can find them in the game, that's cool. How different would the game have been 12 years ago? It's almost like they had such high hopes for something, and it's like, how do you release that right now? How do you bring this to the masses currently? It's just not going to happen. Jesus.
14 people are dead, 4 others suffered serious injuries.
I'm not going to watch any Edge Runners content. If it's the show, I'm not going to watch any of that stuff. It's more so like lore videos on the base game. Or like the DLC. Jeez. I haven't seen the DLC trailer. Actually, I think I did, because the DLC trailer kind of leads into
one of the few cyber psychos that joined MaxTech.
I've never even seen MaxTag. And that's V, I'm assuming? No. Never mind, it's just somebody. Coming when it's ready. Whoa. When it's ready. Is that her? Coming when it's ready. What the fuck? So what the hell is MaxTac? I've never seen MaxTac. Mochi, stop! Wait, MaxTac boss fight? What the fuck is this?
I got eyes on the target.
Wait.
They're in the tunnel.
They had a presentation soon after this teaser, and one of the
Wait,
devs
what
was
the
gooning
fuck?
over
I got
the
eyes on the
3D
target.
woman.
One sec.
They're in the tunnel.
Wait, is this Reed's ending? Oh.
V. Songbird.
I don't think we've ever seen MaxTac. So who the hell is MaxTac? Like the government? Like some Spec Ops fucking...
So me. You there? Link's alive?
I trusted you, but I
It's
won't.
like the SWAT team? Okay.
Won't mistake again.
I've never seen
Stay
them.
out of my way.
Mochi, no!
I warn you.
We'll be over soon. We're close by. Here to help.
You wouldn't believe how.
And she sounds like she gave into the black wall or something.
Just to shut me in another. Soon I'll regain control.
On the move, get ready.
See, as much as I like Reed...
Link's still active. She won't forgive us, not
I don't know.
Don't expect her to. We need to focus now. On my mark.
Is that them coming in? I feel like logically you kind of go against...
Reed's ending has a certain grounded element you were preaching about for months.
Jesus. No, I'm gonna go see it. We'll see. I'm just typing in random videos. I don't know what any of this stuff is. Well, I know it's like the DLC of like Reed's part, but...
Focus up, Reed. Do this alone.
Is that them? That's MaxTag.
Copy that.
No, it's not police. Police! The fucking psycho whip. The shoestring. What a weird weapon. I mean, I guess it's cool. Bro, look how ugly this game is with, like, numbers on screen. Oh, it's so bad.
We're wasting time. Check on Songbird.
Oh, shit. I think I saw them in here, right? So, are these guys all, like, elite NPCs?
Who the fuck are you?
Jesus. They're all, like, augmented?
Watch one target.
Jesus.
They're cyberware. I tried to neutralize them. That's what we should.
They all have names, the fuck.
Sniper! Fucking careful! Find cover! Pan fry the bitch if she gets close to her.
So whatever happens, make sure they don't send in MaxTag, basically, right? So who owns MaxTag? Who do they work for?
You'll end up like that fucking psycho.
Like who's the NCPD, the corporate? Okay. So they're just the police. And then the NCPD is literally just owned by whoever gives them money at that point, because like corporations are just fucking scummy. Like,
I got a bogey in my crosshair.
Cerberus demon. There's cyber psychos employed by the NCPD. That's kind of crazy. But isn't being a cyber psycho like your brain is just kind of fried? Like your circuits are all fucking wonky? something has happened and your nickel chips are all like done for.
Not so tough after all.
Targeted another.
That's cool. You say Cerberus? Cyberpunk 2077? Hey, Jesus Christ, what is this, a horror game now?
Basically forbidden in Dogtown, but when Max Tack is involved, Bargast would quietly make way. That's how scary they are.
So nobody fucks with them. They're like the boogeyman. If you've got big problems, you send in those guys. Too many implants, you become unstable, yeah. Well, let's see this one. This is the Cerberus robot. So this is Reed's ending, correct? Sorry.
Juice Christ do play this level, my god.
I mean, is it just like a... It's a... Jesus. It's crazy to think that there's more content in the DLC and you didn't even, like... You weren't even able to see all of it because there's multiple endings. Oh. Wait, so does Songbird basically tap into, like, Blackwall, and she just, like, pulls out these fucked up AIs? Is that what that is?
Emergency activated.
Because that's what it kind of looks like. Or does she go, like, insane? That's what it is? Okay. Jeez.
This game turns into Outlast in this level. You just have to run and hide.
That's cool. You know, see, there's a lot of interesting concepts in the base game and in the DLC. A lot of things that they can kind of, like, do more with.
Slenderman or Alien Isolation.
Yeah.
Your
That's cool.
cyberwares are disabled and weapons don't help.
You just can't beat it. You have to run. I mean, I haven't even seen Reed's end. Look at this. Yeah, you just kind of hide. See, you know what's really cool about how they made this game? Is every side mission, every bit of, like, added content, like, every option you have, you know, to do stuff, technically it's different. You know, like, it feels like its own little side, like, it feels like a mini game, right? It feels like, you know, when you help River and you have the two kids and he's like, hey, let's go play a game with them. And you put the VR headset on and you've got, like, the little fucking fake laser guns. It feels like its own isolated mini game. When you're swimming with Judy and you're, you know, looking around the town that she used to live in, it's like its own little mini game. It's like they've literally created a game where, or you know, you take up, like, detective work, you know, and you go through the apartment with the Peralez's, you know, the couple, and you have to just kind of scan TVs and follow blood trails and stuff like that. There's a lot of personality. Oh, 100%. 100%. Like, the base game story is great, but the side content in this game is full of life. Like, it's very cool that everything you do feels like something fresh, you know, instead of like, hey, get my gun back, you know, and you have to walk into a store and get his gun back, but then there's, like, all these other fucked up things. It's exciting. It's different. Like, these are some of the best side quests, I think, in any game I've seen. So that's really fucking cool. The kings of side quests. I think they just understand that, like, you know, you can be on a mission. You can be on this path to kind of, like, saving yourself or whatever the main story is in your game. But when you involve the world is so varied. And everyone wants something different. Everyone has different problems, and everyone needs ways to solve those problems. So, like, you can have anything you want. The sky's the limit when it comes to creating side content. You know, even with main game content, you can make it varied, obviously, but like, you know, you go help John in fucking Japantown and he wants you to play chess, and then the fucking chessboard blows up and the chess pieces become sentient. Whatever it is, right? Oh, that's a weird fucking thing. Cool. And then you go help someone like drain their pool, and there's a fucking dead robot at the bottom of the pool, and, you know, it comes to life and it's like a zombie. I don't know, some dumb shit, right? You can literally just create random shit. It doesn't matter what it is, because it all technically works. That's what this game kind of does with, like, its side content. They just create batshit crazy experiences. It's cool. And it's in, you know, some dystopic future, so it's extra fucked up.
The dialogue with the characters is on par with the body language and eye contact. Whether you make them feel good or bad with your dialogue choice, they are truly responsive, even moving around mid-convo.
They did a good job at the characters. I think the characters, for me, when I initially played the game, I was like, you know, I struggled to find a reason to care for people, because you're kind of introduced to the world, and, you know, you see the only person that had heart was Jackie at that point. That's all you knew. And when he dies, you're like, well, what the fuck left is there? Am I really going to find anyone else who's kind of like Jackie, who's like a bro? And again, like Judy, Rivers, Panam, like all of these characters are great. Vic, when you see him a few times, he's cool. Very big lore video. I think that one was like, what, 2 hours long? Both outcomes. Well, I'm going to watch a bit of this first, and then we'll talk about putting another one on. Jesus. Like, you would never even see this gameplay. I thought for the DLC, when I was playing it, you know, I played the Somi part, and I thought that was cinema. I mean, this is a completely different game in the DLC. And how much did the DLC cost? How much did this cost? Like, what was it priced at when it first came out? Because now I'm sure you can just kind of get it as whatever. 40 euros. I'd say it was worth it. 20 to 30 bucks. That's crazy, though. The quality is there. It's interesting that this game really just got shit on. Like, initially when it first came out, everyone said, like, what, they had to rush it out because of the investors and all this stuff, and, you know, they weren't happy with the product, and so they wanted to turn it around and kind of give people what they envisioned. Buggy as fuck. I mean, it is Corpo Scum. The Corpo Scum fucked the game. It's impressive. This game's very impressive. This game deserves 9.5. I'm not going to go any lower. With the DLC and the base game, there's no reason that Cyberpunk 2 won't be
Honestly,
10 out of 10.
I like it. It allows for multiple runs and honestly shows the developers are not scared of the players not seeing content depending on what route they choose.
Exactly.
Shows how much passion they put into the game.
You know, there's a lot of things like that, even in movies. You know, it's like the whole, if you've seen Return of the Jedi, Star Wars, there's a part in Return of the Jedi, Jabba's palace, and
Base game on its own, if not for the DLC, what would the rating be?
Like 8.59. It's around that. It's like an 8.59. The DLC really added a lot to the game. And I think the fact that, you know, they went back and they tried to, like, make amends with the DLC, and the DLC itself was so much more gut-punchy. The music, the atmosphere, the vibe of, like, for me, the end of Somi's questline with Reed. I mean, that is just punchy as fuck, man. That is a finale. That's all I gotta say. That's a fucking finale. So yeah, something like that. With the DLC, it's 9.5.
The history of Mr. Blue Eyes and Night Corporation, Cyberpunk 2077 lore.
I'll look that up. Everyone keeps saying look up Blue Eyes, Mr. Blue Eyes. No, what I was going to say is, like, if you've ever seen Star Wars...
went to Ubisoft studio in Toronto today. Interesting experience. Have you been to any studios?
I have not. Did they do, like, tours? Is that why? A Ubisoft studio. I hope it went well. Yeah, that's not something I've done. They do tours, yeah. I guess it's not frequent, but it's cool to kind of show the creative process. For the sake of, you know, when you create something...
What you have to look up is Rehoboth Moss and the Fall of the First Net. Hella lore.
We'll look... I see everything in the Streamlabs recent events. We'll look some of these up. You know, for the sake of, like, content, and...
Night City Archives are the best videos for the base world lore. It's
I have to watch those.
I've said that Tobias
you know what?
Omega.
I actually said we'd watch those first. That we're going to watch after this, and then we'll look at the other ones with, like, Mr. Blue Eyes and, like, the lore and whatnot. Those I did say I'd watch. We will go watch those after this one. I mean, this is just, like... It's cool. I mean, this is just Alien Isolation.
I've been to the one in Montreal too. At the end of the tour they gave us a goodie bag and some free cyberware. Best experience, Choom. Now I can be a merc. Wish me luck, Choom.
Have fun with that, bro. What do you do with Songbird when you find her? She's not even there. Wait, so what happens to Songbird in this DLC? Does she die? I'm assuming her consciousness is, like, in there. You decide what to do? Let's look up the,
you to end her suffer. You choose.
I feel like you would end her suffering, to be honest. Night City Archives. Let's do the archives videos. Night City Archives. Gangs of Night City. Episode 2, Episode 1, Brief History.
Welcome to Night City Archives. Subfolder 1, Chapter 1, A Brief History.
No, what I was going to say was, basically... Like, for the sake of creating a game and being proud of content that you've created, you know, the artistry in making something, a lot of what people do, it depends on the movie, depends on the game. You know, if the passion is there, you're going to see it. But, like, Star Wars, one of the coolest things in Star Wars is the amount of work that went into creating the movie, even if none of it made it to the screen. Like, or if it did, it was only a brief clip in the movie. And, you know, like what someone said was that they're not scared of people missing content. You know, they're still going to create, they're still going to make stuff, and they're still going to put it in the game. And just like Red Dead, same exact thing with Red Dead. For Star Wars, it was creating aliens. It was creating, you know, all of these crazy background props and things. And, you know, it was like a literal freeze frame that you'd see this stuff. And it was fucking cool as shit, but people would never see it until 30, 40 years later, whatever it was, right? And same thing with Red Dead. Same thing with, like, Cyberpunk. Same thing with these games that have so much content that, like, to see all of it is insane. It's insane. And it takes effort. Like, if you want to go play Red Dead Redemption in full, good luck. You know, I don't think you could ever be bored with that game. Same thing with Cyberpunk. Like, wherever you walk, there is something to see. Wherever you go, there's content. Really appreciate you, brother. You bring me a lot of comfort. I say this a lot, but your streams mean a lot to me. Hey, no worries, man. Even when you're just sleeping.
Wait till Tobias finds
I'm
out
always
that
here, sir. No worries.
Had a G-Doom minigame.
No, that's cool. And yeah, hey, we leave the stream on, man. We have the fireplace music. Music. Whatever that is. The ambience. No, I mean, there are mini games in this game. You're a guy playing a game who's playing a game. It's weird.
Of Night City.
Okay, let's do these first and then we'll do the other ones.
It's the last decade of the 20th century. The world spirals toward collapse. Natural disasters, armed conflicts, and a thermonuclear exchange see the death toll soar into the millions. In the United States, a political cabal known as the Gang of Four assembles to run the country in secret. Their brazen attempt to manipulate the stock market backfires. Economies come crashing down. Riots, coups, chaos. Against this backdrop of global decay, one man has an idea. Richard Knight, industrialist and entrepreneur, decides to build a self-sufficient city of the future. One safeguarded from the stifling regulations of...
You know what this is? This is Rapture.
...any centralized government. A corporate utopia.
A corporate utopia.
Funding from 3 of the world's largest megacorporations, Arasaka, EBM, and Petrochem. Enticed by the promise of generous...
Is EBM a fucking rip on IBM? I think it's literally the exact same thing, except it's an E instead of an I.
EBM and Petrochem. Enticed by the promise of generous tax benefits and a say in the city's governance, they pour their money
EBM
into
is just
Knight's
IBM.
vision. Development soon starts upon a neglected settlement on California's sunny west coast. Coronado City is born, and it thrives. For a time, shady organizations pour enormous amounts of money into the project, expecting to procure lucrative construction contracts. But Knight
set up shop.
the unions under their control, opting instead to use independent contractors. The criminal underworld is shut out. Then, on September 20th, 1998, Richard Knight is murdered in his...
The craziest thing is this is all drummed up fucking nonsense that someone cooked out of their fried brain, and I'm here for it.
...his home by unknown assailants. Within days, the city is renamed Night City in honor of its fallen founder. Then, in a twist of cruel irony, it is torn apart. Gang-affiliated factions fight each other for control. By 2005, rule by Underworld is secured. The metropolis is quickly consumed by sin and spirals into mayhem. Eventually, megacorporations led by Arasaka decide to step in and end the anarchy. They spark a brief but brutal conflict known as the Mob War. A flurry of bombings, assassinations, and street skirmishes blitz the ill-prepared underworld. Mercenaries kill the heads of almost every major crime syndicate.
Jesus.
The city council is abolished, and a new body of business representatives takes its place. In the aftermath, the corporations begin to clean up and rebuild, propelling Night City into a brief golden age. This opens up some of the city's most decrepit areas to redevelopment, the perfect opportunity for savvy investors. One district in particular catches their eye.
Pacifica's a shithole. So why is Arasaka? So in my eyes, the reason Arasaka kind of, I don't know it, but I'm just guessing. The reason they're kind of like the head honchos and they've got the funding and all that stuff is because typically Japan is very technologically advanced. And I'm assuming for the sake of this future, they still are technologically advanced. They just have the best shit. And so for that reason, they're kind of like number one. Is that why? Someone won slots! Holy shit, you won slots. Now you have to gamble all. Is that why? You got whatever. Both USA and China collapsed. Yeah. Mostly power. He's a beast at making money. It's crazy. You know, it's well. This game is based on an old RPG, right? And RPGs typically, or tabletop RPGs, there's a lot of world building. There's a lot of like the creation of, you know, a world that just doesn't exist, and then you role play inside of it, right? So, like for a lot of people, yeah, the USSR still exists, from what I've heard. A lot of these things,
well,
man.
Arasaka did fill most of the world's oceans with AI replicating mines that attack anything, including their own ships.
So you can't even use the oceans. You're just kind of fucked. I mean, it's... So was this game expanded upon from the tabletop RPG? Like, this was created in lieu of the old books, right? Because typically when you have RPGs, they're always books. And the books are not only, they're not just a bunch of mindless, brain-dead dribble. It is world building, is what RPG, like, roleplay books are. They're amazing. Even if you don't want to roleplay,
I love reading through books like that. 2077 is canon and lore. Baldur's Gate's D&D. It's just D&D. This was created in the foundation of the old books. Okay, so this was basically take what we like from those books, you know, build upon it. You know, the groundwork has been laid, and we're just going to build on that, right? So is it still canon to the original story? Or rather, the world building? Like, this isn't... It's still canon. That's cool. So they really just kind of continued an ancient IP. That is dope, though. That's cool. I mean...
Direct continuation.
Yeah, that is cool. How many people played that, though? That's the craziest thing. You know, there's a market for, like, I'm sure cyberpunk stuff and immersive, you know, worlds where you just get in there and fucking shoot people and go about playing the game. But how many people played Cyberpunk, the game, versus the tabletop? Yeah, I know he is. He's on the radio. So the guy who wrote the original stuff, is he the lead in these games? Most of us were not alive back then. He's a consultant, an advisor. Yeah, see, that's what you kind of need to do, though, right? If you want to take something, and if you respect what someone's created, right? Like, I'm sure how they approach this was, even The Witcher, right? I'm sure The Witcher, the games, spawned from, like, the love of the books. You know, they read the books, and they're like, man, we got to make this into a video game. I'm not sure if they went back to, like, the author and had them kind of advise and do things, but... Typically, if you like something that much and you really believe in it, you'd go back to the person who made it, and they would kind of like advise, and you know, you'd have their blessings, is what they'd say, right? The creator of this gives you their blessings, and at that case, or at that point, you know, you just go off and fucking make it, right? You're good to go. You're done.
Many times that he is very happy with how the story came out.
That's great. That's cool, man. It's crazy to think that, you know. Again, old IPs, things that were just literally in books, could become something more 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line. I mean, Lord of the Rings became some of the best movies out there, right? Like, just, it's crazy what books can kind of really become. You know, when you read, books themselves typically have... so much content. They have so much
The author didn't
character.
really believe in the Witcher game project, so he gave CDPR the license to make the game, but when it got popular he sued them XTD.
Really? It was a book of their youth? I mean... But people still like the books, though, right? People like both? The books and the game? Because, you know, what it really comes down to is, like, if you pitch a fucking game based on a book or based on an old, like, tabletop RPG, you're a big fan. You're a you're a fucking nerd. Look at Henry Cavill with Warhammer 40K. How could you ever pitch that to any studio unless you're a big fucking fan?
Kinda scummy.
That's kind of weird that they do that.
It is thought that he tried to suing them cause his son got sick and they didn't have money, but they settled out of court and he chilled out.
Well, wouldn't he get royalties or something? Wouldn't he try and he'd make something of it? If it's technically his work, but like they're turning it into a game? Unless you said he gave them their blessings and then he's just kind of like...
Imagine
it was a flat fee,
playing
yeah.
League and thinking, man, we gotta turn it into a video game. What a day it would be.
I mean, that's what they did with Arcane.
Subfolder.
He got money up front because he didn't believe it would sell. You know, that's crazy to think that, like, some people really aren't so sure in their work. You know what I mean? If you're a successful writer and your work is so beloved and you get approached by a studio to make a fucking game adaptation, I mean, you'd be frothing at the mouth. If they could somehow create what you've put into pages into a game, I mean, that'd be insane. So,
anyways, I guess his loss,
The
right?
right is a
20 years ago,
regular
yeah.
Eastern European boomer who doesn't understand games. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
how old people are here.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. He didn't believe in games as media. Yeah, no, that's valid. I mean, if you read, you know, that's what a lot of people don't understand, man, is that books, if you like gaming, if you like League of Legends lore, if you like more than just pressing buttons, if you appreciate the music and the atmosphere, and, you know, what is this character doing? What is this? Read books, man. A lot of younger people typically don't want to read books. I understand. Books are kind of hard to get into. But the meat of these universes, the sickest shit can be found in books. Things that will never be put to gaming.
CDPR was still fresh, practically an indie company at the time they took up Witcher. But some were still trying to figure out how to code games.
Yeah, and you know, look at them now. Look at them now. The Witcher game is massively successful, which we are going to be playing, but, you know, hey, it's the brainchild of someone, and then everyone's just like, you know what, I fucking love what you do, I want to make it better. Or I want to do a game of it. Maybe not make it
Samurai.
better, but...
Stop hazing us and load up edge runners for a tumor to watch party.
It's
party. More vital. It would be preem of you, or do you need eddies up front? Count your digits.
What are you doing? He's role-playing. I think I'll try and watch that. If I can set things up to where, you know, when I'm eating, I've got a little bit of time to sit down and watch something very briefly. We'll see.
1. Chapter 2. A Nation Divided. In early 2020...
What is this? You and those who suggested the Witcher games would not give a fuck about that franchise if the third one did not come out. I mean, I feel like a lot of people only heard of the Witcher because of the third one. It was just such an insane game that everyone kind of, like, got on board with it.
22, a power struggle between the two security giants,
That's what I hear.
Arasaka and Militech, escalates into full-on violence. Cities across America are razed. Night City is caught in the crossfire. A group of unidentified attackers detonates a nuclear device in corporate plaza.
That's the Johnny.
Arasaka
the Johnny
towers
bomb.
come crashing down. Thousands die. The federal government, seeking to end the conflict, uses the attack as an excuse to banish Arasaka from North America, thus ending the Fourth Corporate War. Global conflicts cool, but North America remains divided. On one side, the new United States of America, founded by Federalists looking to unite the country under a central government. On the other, devolutionists, represented by independent states which cherish their autonomy.
I tried the first
Texas
game when I was around 12
with
or
one another
13.
for over a decade.
My PC could only run Witcher 1 and Minecraft back the next ED.
Now you can play anything you want, sir.
The Cold War brews
got the
beneath
technology.
surface, slowly shifting the political landscape. Then Rosalind Myers, former CEO of Militech, is elected the third president of the NUSA. In campaigning, she promises to extend federal rule under the pretense of strengthening the nation. Once elected, backed by Militech's private army, she declares war on the separatist states, most of which are secretly supported from overseas by exiled security giant Arasaka.
Jesus.
As the Cold War turns hot, federal power clashes with corporate might in ruthless and bloody conflict. Independent states swiftly fall one by one to NUSA aggression. Yet California remains divided. The Federalists of the South align with NUSA, while the devolutionists of the North attempt to cling to their independence. Night City is caught in the middle.
Is that where that is? Is that why?
Themselves for invasion. Councilman Lucius Rudd.
No wonder in the DLC when fucking NUSA showed up, they were literally treated as terrorists. I'm like, just let them come in here and do what they need to do. All they want is the girl, right? All they want is Songbird, and they get the fuck out of there. But, like, they've literally been trying to take over states this whole time, right? Like, you gotta join the Federation, you gotta join the Empire. Well, it's that then, I guess.
Strikes a savvy deal in an attempt to prevent all-out war within the city. Days later, an
You
Arasaka
probably missed
supercarrier
this,
sails into
but
Del
at some
Coronado
point,
Bay.
AI
The
out mentions
implications?
that Johnny's
Crystal
memory is
clear.
highly unreliable,
Unwilling to
which
risk
is
another
true.
global conflict,
The 2023
Rosalind Myers
Arasaka raid
orders
isn't
user
accurate
forces
by
to
memory.
stand down and sign
I guess
the
it is by
Arvin
memory,
Accord,
right? And if
thus
his memory's all
suspending
fucked up,
all
that makes sense.
hostilities and ending what will later be known as the Unification War. In the wake of the agreement, Night City officially becomes an autonomous city-state. For its timely intervention, Arasaka is invited back into Night
Did you
City
read
and granted a
Saboro's
seat on
diary
the city
during the
council.
heist?
Although full-on
I'm not sure.
conflict is thus
That I
avoided,
don't remember.
the struggle lingers on in the minds of many. And for some, the
might have.
President's peace treaty is a blatant affront to all they've sacrificed. Although the war has officially ended, the conflict is far from over.
I mean, who the fuck is gonna watch these videos but people who actually have an interest in kind of what's going on?
Trump
Like these are
wants
cool
Canada,
videos.
Noosa wants Carly. You gotta join Tobito. You gotta join them.
Night
Join Noxus.
City Archives, Subfolder 1, Chapter 3.
The Birth of Dogtown.
Dogtown. Night City, 2058. Savvy investors seeking to profit from booming tourism set their sights on the slums south of Haywood, hoping to turn filth into fortune. After a slew of generous donations to the city council, they're awarded exclusive construction permits. Their vision, a world-class luxury resort called Pacifica. The
Resort,
paradise
by the way.
quickly takes shape, built on the
Dude, I
backs
thought
and
Pacifica was a
funding of
pile of
underpaid
shit.
laborers.
Pacifica was a fucking dump. It was just voodoo boys everywhere, gang violence, fucking AI running around, like just a shithole. Pacifica to me was like this really just underdeveloped, I guess we're gonna see, but like, yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think they ended up doing it.
The unification war between the NUSA and the Free States reaches California. As confidence collapses, investors pull their funds.
Okay, and they're not able to finish it. Okay.
In 2070, with the NUSA poised to invade, an elite unit of Militech soldiers led by veteran Colonel Kurt Hansen is tasked with securing a strategic position within Pacifica. Their orders: prepare a pathway.
Sorry,
for
who
an
is this
all-
guy? What's his affiliation? Who's this guy's affiliation? I mean, we met this guy. We did this stuff.
Soldiers led by veteran Colonel Kurt Hansen is tasked with securing a strategic
Militech. It's a
position
Militech
within
guy. Okay,
Pacifica.
yeah.
Their orders:
No, he's
prepare
Militech
a
right there, no?
pathway for an all-out
Well,
offensive
Noosa.
on
Okay,
Night
Militech
City.
Noosa.
But the green light is
I remember
never
Kurt.
given.
I just forgot what affiliation.
The NUSA and Free States signed the Arvin Accord. Hansen and his men are ordered to stand down. The commander disobeys.
Hell no, Dogtown's
7
mine,
years
boy.
have passed. Kurt is entrenched within Pacifica. His inner haven, Dogtown, is enclosed within fortified walls, a bastion for night citizens seeking to escape corporate governance, a hideaway for all those with questionable pasts. In the husk of Pacifica's stadium, a black market with international reach has sprouted.
The world is so
booming.
cooked.
Hansen's power steadily
Bro,
grows.
the world
as
is
does
cooked.
The thickness of his wallet. Both Night City and the NUSA refuse to take an official stance on Pacifica's new warlord, opting instead to let sleeping dogs lie. But given recent reports of feverish activity within Dogtown's walls, it seems only a matter of time before the ticking time bomb finally explodes.
So this was just the DLC. I mean, yeah, that's pretty crazy. I guess that's all three of them. Sorry, what were the other videos? Let me go see. There was the big timeline one, which I think is about 2 hours long. That might be a bit too long for this. You know, these lore videos, why aren't they in the fucking game? Why aren't they in the game? Not that you have to watch them before you play, but like, are they not accessible at like the main menu? Because that'd be cool. Are they in the game? They're in like the main menu? If they were in the main menu, I mean, this pretty much sets up what the game is about, what the world is, but it doesn't spoil anything. It literally just sets up the world building, the world of Cyberpunk. Which I guess you have a better understanding of what's going on. Because, like, if you drop into a game and kind of, you know, as you typically are, you don't know much, you have to look. Yeah. What were the videos that were suggested?
Watch the DLC ending.
One sec. I guess the endings could be something. I'm trying to find, the history of Mr. Blue Eyes in the Night Corps. I think that might be something. It's a 34-minute video. Holy fuck my brain. One sec. So, there's a 35-minute video or there's a 11-minute video? Let's do... Yeah, that one. It's kind of a long video. Watch both at the same time.
Night City, a multicultural metropolis of the 21st century, overrun by corporations, corruption, organized crime, and gang violence. In its wide streets
We're gonna do this one
dense
first.
Urban skyscrapers, there are millions of stories to be told under its neon glow.
I mean, yeah, for the sake of this guy, though, I mean, he's just... I'm sure he's very important, but he's just like any other NPC. There's so many of them, right? They all have, like, just their own things. I mean, 30... We'll see.
From the stories of hardship and suffering, to the legends of those such as the likes of Johnny
I think I've only seen this guy
Silverhand.
like twice.
It boasts itself as the City of Dreams, a location where anything is possible. Don't delude yourself, though. Nightmares are equally included. Under all of the positive and negative facades are the hands of those much more fortunate, pulling every single string. Invisible hands that operate in silence, providing only the illusion of freedom or rebellion. A legend is born, a corporate exec is killed, an influential tower collapses. It's all because they allowed it.
The Shadow
No
Collective.
More, no less. Many of these stories can be traced back to the very origins of Night City and Night Corporation.
Is this not just how, like,
traced
we
back
think
to a man who
the
laid
government
the
works?
foundation of Night City,
Like, who's ever the president's the figurehead, right? Like, oh,
a man
look at me!
named
And then,
Richard Knight, who had once envisioned
the
an
Shadow
ideal
people.
city, one protected
Shadow
from all the pain
Collective.
and suffering spreading within the world. A utopia, an ideal that has long since been corrupted, turning to a city that houses everything it once stood against. Though Richard Knight has left the world long before 2077, there are still those who wish to uphold the values he once held. Those who wish to bring Night Corp back to the power it once had, above
Looks
the
like Noob
likes of
Saibot.
even Arasaka or Militech. Today, we will be discussing everything to do with the origins of Night City, Night Corporation, and the many conspiracies surrounding its prominent member, Mr. Blue Eyes, and alleged AI project, codenamed Oracle. This is the unraveling of the truth behind Night City and Night Corporation. But before we continue, I just have a quick word about this channel's partner, G Fuel.
That noob
G Fuel.
Line are
statue
essentially
is a whole
energy
nother can of
formulas
beans you
that
probably
provide a
don't
great
want
drink
to look
alternative
into,
that has
unless
the
you have the
caffeine,
time.
taste, and zero sugar that I
I mean, there's a
usually
lot
look
of
for.
lore in this game.
I'm a huge
No, there's a
soda
lot of lore.
drinker, so to have this alternative is honestly very beneficial.
G Fuel!
They even have a Phantom Liberty collector's box for pre-order
Really?
right now, an official collaboration with CD Projekt
I'll
Red.
leave it on.
You'll
I think
get
it's
a
old,
40
though.
serving tub and a 24-ounce stainless steel shaker cup, which has some cool Phantom Liberty art on it. You can always order the formula on its own, but I actually really
Yep,
like
I got one of
the
those.
shaker.
G
If you're
Fuel.
interested in checking out their products, I will
Gamer
have my
Gunk
affiliate
Fuel.
link down below. And if you end up wanting to buy some G Fuel, or maybe even that collector's edition, and would like to support the channel while doing so, make sure to use code LaidbackGamers for 20% off as well. Alright, chooms, now we can begin. In the year of 1954, Richard Knight was born in Pasadena, California, and was second of 5 children. His parents were both researchers at Caltech, which specialized in materials science. It was likely because of this upbringing that Knight began to show an aptitude for engineering at a relatively young age. He would continue to pursue his education with this goal in mind, and would eventually find himself in college, with a roommate named Rami Zakarian. Initially, there seemed to be a spark between the two. Their ideas meshed well, and their hopes were high, so the roommates began a joint venture. It wouldn't be long until it all turned sour. Romney had retaliated against Knight due to their continuing difference of opinion and stolen the company the two had started. The angry Knight played the long game. He didn't begin flipping tables and aiming for Romney's throat. No. He shifted his major from engineering to business financial investment. Soon enough, armed with his newfound knowledge of the ins and outs of business, he regained his company from his old rival. Applying his backgrounds in engineering and investment, Richard, alongside his new colleagues Halsey and Ferris, founded a development company that specialized in using advanced construction techniques to build massive mega projects such as office complexes, airports, and even small cities in record time. The company, titled HFN, was widely successful in the years before the collapse, contributing to the construction of many large model communities around the world, and making all 3 partners extremely wealthy. Sometime before the 1990s, Knight would even marry his lifelong partner, Miriam Knight. Knight seemed to have everything a man could want: money, success, love, and on and on. He was a smart man, though. He knew this wasn't going to last nearly as easily as one might think. Just because he had it now didn't mean it'd be sunshine and rainbows the next day. He was one of the few, such as Saburo Arasaka, who would foresee the impending economic collapse. He was concerned by the violence and disruption leading up to and following the global event. Additionally, working mainly on corporate-funded projects was swiftly becoming tedious and boring to him. Seeing himself in a unique position to deal with the problem, Richard started a side company known as Knight International, and began to draw up plans for a new, ideal city, an environment that would be controlled and managed by corporations and would be ultimately safe from the economic and social disaster.
But how miserable does that sound? A society controlled by the corporations. But why would you want... I mean, you've got... I guess you have jobs. I guess you have jobs living in the city. I guess you've got things going on, but like, holy fuck, that's miserable. That is fucking miserable.
Disasters tearing the world apart. His new city would be completely self-sufficient and capable of holding off even the most determined marauders. It would boast planned neighborhoods dedicated to preserving the feel of different types of nationalities and cultures, as well as a super
but its own isolated city
that would stand as a shining beacon of enlightened capitalism. It was
Yeah.
ambitious, far-reaching, and visionary in its approach. A city so grand that all the other cities built before or after would pale in comparison. You're probably thinking about how foreign all these ideals sound in a cyberpunk dystopia and Night City itself. Well, 2020 hindsight, choom. His next move was to secure the unheard of amount of capital needed to finance the project. Luckily for him, history and the forces of a collapsing society worked in his favor. With the collapse, many corporations were looking to establish their own urban areas, controlled zones, free of crime, poverty, or debt. A place where governments would be corporate run, allowing optimum zoning and no
The amount of detail. It's crazy to think that like a lot of the places you go in this game, I mean, you only see this place twice. I thought I was going to shoot up the whole damn place. Honestly, I thought I was going to walk in and start gunning people down at one point. And again, it's just the attention to detail in every fucking thing in this game is pretty crazy.
Anti-business elements to interfere with corporate growth.
A lot of work goes into like
Ideally,
one or two scenes.
It would be a capitalist mecca of opportunity. Knight's Dream City
No, this
was
is the
tailor-made for that purpose.
The Black Sapphire.
And the corporations eagerly lent him the raw cash
I guess is that the hotel?
to begin the project. By 1992, Arasaka, EBM, and Petrochem had all signed on with Knight, and all that was left was to find the ideal location to build his utopian city.
Wow, that looks
Richard
awesome.
was going to need a lot of land for his
Beautiful
new
place.
infrastructure development, as well as access to both ocean ports and modern highways to develop the huge amount of materials that he would need to construct it. He sent scouting teams to scour the east and west coast of the
Garbage
besieged
everywhere.
United States.
It's just garbage
But in
and
the end,
advertising.
There was a small article in the San Francisco Chronicle that caught his eye. An article describing an incident of post-Holocaust horror that had taken place in a small town called Morro Bay, along the central Californian coast. Now a ghost town, Knight was able to buy the remnants of Morro Bay for pennies on the dollar. He was also aided by Petrochem, who had taken over the now abandoned Dinergy power plant in the town and was already planning to set up an offshore port and oil terminal site. A leveraged $132 million purchase, securing the remaining parcels. Bankrolled by Merrill, Asukaga, and Finch, who wanted to make the new city a financial hub, Knight and Petrochem hired Arasaka to clean out the gangs and make the area safe again. Further funds came from external and somewhat shady investors, lured to the project by the promise of lucrative building contracts and possible sources of extra-legal income. To avoid the stigma of the Morro Bay massacre, the partnership renamed the area Del Coronado Bay, the site of their new utopia of Coronado City. However, thanks to the rather outsized personality of its founder, Coronado City soon became colloquially known by locals as Night City. By 1993, Coronado City needed more space than what the original geology of the bay could accommodate, so Knight leveled the surrounding hills and dumped them into the ocean as fill, reshaping the bay and also redredging the harbor to make it capable of porting the large ships needed to build the city. Moreover, the region was an ideal location for a station of the intercontinental maglev, which was meant to connect the city with even the east coast. Coronado City truly reflected its creator's vision. Instead of a huge construction of steel and glass, Knight's urban plan broke the new city into a series of neighborhoods, each with a different architectural style and theme, much like the original Disneyland's parks' various lands. In addition, Knight also paid homage to the late and lamented small hamlet of Morro Bay by recreating much of the original layout of the area in an open-air environment reminiscent of a seaside village called Old Downtown. The city and corporate centers were the glittering zones of high-rises.
Been busy with work, chores and uni. Did you finish Cyberpunk yet? What score did you give it?
9.5. 9.5, sir. And that's a lot of stuff, man. Keep it up.
And corporate parks.
Stay busy, stay grinding.
Richard Knight showed off his personal architectural
9.5
skills in the designs of the mini corporate skyscrapers that were the most visible signs of Coronado City's rising affluence. Knight's vision was indeed expansive and truly visionary, but only catch came when he started to build it in May 1994. Although Petrochem and MAF were the major bankrollers for the Coronado partnership, they had one disadvantage. They weren't construction companies. For a job like Coronado City, the partnership was going to need someone who could bring in the machines and workforce to actually dig the holes and put up the steel. This is where Knight would make his second largest mistake, one right behind relying on corporations to keep their word. They eventually ended up partnering with the mob. The West Coast mobs, aka the Mafia, the Yakuza, etc., had maintained a stranglehold on the heavy construction on the left coast for decades. They controlled the construction unions, the transport unions, and most of the governmental agencies in charge of construction licenses, environmental impacts, and other building necessities. By investing a not inconsiderable sum in the partnership through a series of shell corporations, The mobs hope to not only make a staggering amount of return on lucrative construction work, but also have the inside track on future gambling, prostitution, and drug franchises in the new city. However, Knight's visionary plan required using his own advanced building techniques and materials, which excluded a number of established unions and construction firms controlled by his organized crime partners, including his old associates, now called Halsey, Ferris, and Skiv, who were short on money and had unwisely joined with the local mob. This didn't make any of them happy, and Knight's further insistence that his new city would be safe and crime-free angered them even more. During the first 4 years of construction...
I mean, this is like History of Mr. Blue Eyes and Knight Corporation. Okay, so this is... You don't necessarily need to know all this stuff. It's just more so how the city became what it is, and, you know, him needing all this fucking muscle and all these different, you know, gangs and whatnot. Oh, we need the steel, we need this, you guys own it, great, let's work, blah, blah, blah. It's still world building. It's cool. I don't know how the fuck you find out all of this information through just playing the game. Like, I guess you'd just kind of read logs. And then say, like, hey, this is this, this is this, this is that. Because, like, there is no book on this game, right? And I'm pretty sure for the sake of, like, the old tabletop stuff, even though this was expanded on, you have to read a bunch. Yeah, for the sake of making these videos, everything is kind of in the world scattered. You know, if you play fucking Elden Ring, it's the data shards, too. Right. But do you automatically get the data shards? Do you automatically get those? You don't. No, there's a section in the game. It's a data shard section, and it's basically big chunks of lore. I mean, for the sake of YouTube videos, you just take that lore and you kind of, like, you know, put a bunch of visuals to it, and you're like, here's a video. But
there were daily threats against Knight's life. Being a proud and self-reliant man,
it comes from the manuals, yeah.
Ignored them. When the threats escalated to the level of sabotage and intimidation, he called in his corporate partners, who dealt with the issue swiftly and ruthlessly. Eventually, Knight's luck ran out. On September 20th, 1998, he was shot and killed in his penthouse suite at the top of a newly constructed Parkview Tower. Knight's killer was never apprehended, and in his memory, the newly appointed city council officially renamed Coronado City as Night City in his honor. After his death in 1998, his wife Miriam Knight restructured the company and founded Knight's Foundation in 1999. The company's official goal was to protect and promote Richard Knight's vision of the perfect city. During the infamous mob war set
Perfect City, bro, I keep getting like Andrew Ryan
the Foundation
vibes.
Attempted to gain mega corporate support to end the reign of crime in the city, but to no avail. Eventually, the corporation took the city back on their own after business between them and the mob had turned sour. After the conflict, Knight's Foundation was restructured again, returning to its corporate roots and renamed to Knight Corporation, Knight Corp for short. Allegedly, Miriam realized that to have any power in the city, you have to play by the rules of the big businesses to get ahead. Since then, the corporation remained a constant presence in Night City, expanding their field of activity but avoiding power struggles with other major corporations. Although Miriam would eventually step down from the role of CEO long before the 2070s, her legacy and ideals were always upheld by her successors. After the HQ disaster of 2023, in which Silverhand and Militech bombed the Arasaka Towers, Nightcorp offered generous pay and free cyberware and biomonitor upgrades to anyone willing to help clean up the crater of radioactive rubble at Ground Zero. Both the corporation and the city council claimed that casualties were kept to a minimum, while at the same time they did not provide official statistics to substantiate said claim. Nevertheless, they have
people's
been
lives are
under
not
pressure to
valued
release
in the
such
slightest
documents
here.
since most rescue, engineering, and
They're a
rubble cleanup
commodity.
teams were not local Night citizens, but nomads, especially from the Avocado Nation. In 2030, Nightcorp gave a grant to the recently founded Ziggurat Corporation in order to help them transform the old fiber optic data term network into a new system. creating one of the first city nets and data pools in the world, and restored cheap and reliable communication across NC. This was a necessity of the time because of Raish Bartmoss. He had corrupted the IG protocol net in the early 2020s with a data crash, which made it unusable. In 2068, NCART was bought out by Night Corp after an incident in which unknown attackers released poison gas in the subway stations across Night City, leading to prolonged riots and NCART's bankruptcy, providing Night Corp control over a large portion of the city's transit. By 2077, Night Corp was nominated as the 5th biggest and best corporation to work for in Night City, due to an announcement of reducing mandatory workweek hours to 80. The company was considered the leader in providing top-tier investment opportunities and were sponsoring the NC Corsairs football team, giving them exclusive rights to cyberware equipment designed in the company's top-secret football science lab. Night Corp was also involved in many infrastructure projects. They had already finalized their conceptual engineering efforts with the aim of revitalizing the maglev system in Night City, expecting it would one day connect Corpo Plaza with the NUSA's East Coast. The corporation began to repair sections of the old net, as well as drilling a new tunnel beneath the city foundations from its construction site on the Badlands to the northeast. Construction was expected to finish in 2078, with the first connections operational by the end of said year, and with the city of Chicago by 2080. It was around this time Sandra Dorsett, an employee of the corporation, stole information from Night Corp on a databank, which was something Sandra wished to expose to the public. Unfortunately, in the middle of her objective to expose the company she was working for, Sandra was captured by scavs and had her biomonitor muted by a jammer chip forced into her neuroport, leaving Trauma Team unaware of her condition. Luckily, the mercenaries Jackie Wells, T-Bug, and V infiltrate the. It was around this time Sandra Dorsett, an employee of the corporation, stole information from Night Corp on a databank, which was something Sandra wished to expose to the public. Unfortunately, in the middle of her objective to expose the company.
So now we're basically caught up to where no, I had to listen to that again. I had to re-listen to that because like this is all background noise. All this stuff is just kind of how the city came to be, how fucking Knight came in and like he wanted to revolutionize things and bring in the corporations and blah blah blah. That is all the information about the world. It's the timeline of Night Corps, exactly. And then now what you have is kind of where you end up as a merc in the midst of it all, right? This is kind of where you start in the timeline.
By the end,
I just wanted to hear it again. I mean, all this stuff. I mean, no one's gonna sit here and oogle over like, you know, the lore of the city. I mean, it's cool. It is great, but you still need that stuff to kind of create anything else, right? Why is the city here? Why are the companies here? If you want to create anything, you need reason to have it be a thing, you know. And so you'll go back and write all this stuff up, right? Like a one man's dream. You know, a corporate utopia away from Noosa.
By the end of said year, and with the city of Chicago by 2080. It was around this time Sandra Dorsett, an employee of the corporation, stole information from Night Corp on a databank, which was something Sandra wished to expose to the public. Unfortunately, in the middle of her objective to expose the company she was working for, Sandra was captured by scavs and had her biomonitor muted by a jammer chip forced into her neuroport, leaving Trauma Team unaware of her condition. Luckily, the mercenaries Jackie Wells, T-Bug, and V infiltrate the den to find her floating in an ice-filled bath.
I remember
V
this.
acts quickly to remove the chip, and Trauma Team arrives to take custody of Sandra. This is not where their story would end. Later down the line, V is contacted for yet another gig in relation to Sandra. This time, however, it was to recover an encrypted data shard, the one lost during her kidnapping.
I never did this.
Requirements are simple. Keep the data on the shard concealed and ensure it is delivered to her promptly. V has a choice though. They can decrypt the data shard, titled Operation Carpe Noctem, before meeting with Sandra. If this is done, a disturbing experiment will be uncovered. Here are the findings. The tests have come back successful. The artificial intelligence CN07 has proven itself capable of bypassing commercial, device-specific, and macro security systems accessible to Night Corp employees of the lowest ranks. None of the test subjects were aware that this experiment was being conducted on them.
Yeah, what
In
the fuck?
In compliance with the orders it was given, CN07 focused mostly on subject HK13, which at the time of the experiment's commencement was classified as calm and empathetic. After a period of subliminal conditioning, as we predicted, HK13 began to display acute psychopathic behavior. The highlight was a dispute over coffee, during which HK13 strangled one of their colleagues, then jumped out of a
Is this not the same fucking thing? Is this not the same thing that fucking Peralez has that he's dealing with? It is. I was going to say that's literally what it is, right? This sounds like another fucking game. God, what there was a game that we played where they can like subliminally they can influence you. It's almost like a bioweapon of some kind. There was another game like this where they could use like children as weapons, or they get into your head and they can kind of make you think whatever they want. I mean, it was a game we played on stream. I think it was Resident Evil. I think it was something to do with Resident Evil. No. I think it was Resident Evil. Something about one of the viruses they wanted to concoct were like it would kind of stay in a person and then slowly, was it Revengeance? You sure? I don't know. I think it was Resident Evil. I mean, this is all very, anyways.
16th floor window of the research facility. We will soon commence the next phase of the procedure and install CN07 onto the devices of our actual target. End quote. It's obvious what is happening here. Night Corp is utilizing artificial intelligence to control not just their workers, but other figures Night Corp deems useful to them. This likely sounds familiar, and it should. This information can easily be tied into the Dream On questline, in which V investigates the apartment of Jefferson Peralez, a member of the Night City Council and a candidate in the upcoming election for mayor. Jefferson explains that he witnessed an intruder in their apartment several nights ago. He recalled shooting the man, but losing consciousness shortly after. Oddly, their private security, SSI, denied that an incident occurred. During his search of the apartment, B will locate a secret monitoring station, whereby Elizabeth and Jefferson were being observed without their knowledge. Prompted by Silverhand, B follows the cables leading from the room to the rooftop of the building, where there is an old-fashioned transmitter. After scanning the vicinity, the direction of the transmitter's dish reveals a distant van near another antenna. The vehicle in question is parked in the Japantown subdistrict of Westbrook. When approached, it will be revealed as a heavily modified Emperor 620 Ragnar, which will begin driving away.
Look at the graphics.
Chasing it, B finds it entering a Maelstrom compound near the All Foods factory. After infiltrating the facility, B can find an encrypted shard regarding a Project Undine on one of the agents. It reads, "Notice to all Team Black field operatives. Project Undine has sustained a Class A security breach and has been suspended, effective immediately. Blue and Orange teams are withdrawn. Team Alpha Black is ordered to withdraw to evac. Code 8 Bravo. Local armed friendlies will provide cover for extraction. Team Alpha Black is notified that Control has authorized termination protocols in the event of capture or incapacitation." End quote. So obviously V's knowledge of this has forced the agents to fall back and activate some new protocols in relation to this project.
And you never find them.
It's obvious that the project isn't altogether abandoned. It's worth way too much to give up on. Accessing the vehicle's database...
You know, this shit, everyone kept saying this is probably going to be a big part of, like, the second game. I think it should be. This is a really weird thing. Same thing with, like, the Black Wall. All these, like, very shady fucking things that are kind of kept under wraps. Like,
You can keep them in the dark if you want to, you know, but I feel like since the intrigue is there, they should probably expand on it. Blackwall NC and Noosa for sure. No, this is scary, though. Well, you know why it's a bit scary is because it's grounded. It's grounded. That's why it's so creepy, right? It's like, what if corporations had these AI that could kind of like work into your brain and give you different thoughts, right? What if they could change you on a whim, make you do things, any sort of political figures, right? Push some sort of agendas or, you know, start wars with other people on their, like it's just TikTok. Ooh. No, it is, but this is, I mean, on a whim, though? No, I guess not on a whim. It takes a while for this guy to kind of get, like, you know, his brain flipped. But the Blackwall being breached, yeah, that'd be very cool. You know what I actually had in mind? You know what was such a strange thing in my brain when I was playing this game? I always kept thinking about the Blackwall and how when they finally show you the possibilities of what can happen if you wield it as a weapon, where you're basically frying people's brains, what if it just made everyone go insane and there was some sort of like digital zombie apocalypse? You know what I mean? What if it actually fried everyone's brains to the point where like they just became mindless, rotting, like robotic flesh husks? In my mind, I thought that was going to happen near the end of the game or some crazy shit. Because that sounds like something the Blackwall could do. You know, some sort of like, again, rogue AI gets out and it kind of just like gives you super dementia or something, whatever, for whatever reason, you know, with that specific fucked up program. What if it started controlling people actively? The voice lines? Well, they're put in there by somebody. I guess they're mainly just for, like, disrupting and causing problems. I mean, they're like viruses. They want something. Usually, people upload viruses to, like, gain something. So how do they form, then? How does the things beyond the Blackwall form? If they're not uploaded into it, they're independent. So they're basically like sentient, fucked up programs, self-aware, like sentient programs. How are they made, though? It's just programs that gain enough like knowledge to become self-aware. I figured at some point maybe being uploaded, but I guess that makes sense too. Self-evolving data. It's like ChatGPT becoming self-aware. Mochi?
Have you heard of the internet layers, the dark web? Well, Terry's more. Way more darker below. Terry's the layer called the virus soup where fucked up I fight constantly in endless war trying to break out. Look it up, it's nuts.
Is this a reality thing or is this in the game? It just it gains it feeds on knowledge and it knows enough to become self-aware. Basically us feeding ChatGPT a million questions. Us asking ChatGPT questions. Us talking to fucking Gonk on Twitter, whatever the hell that thing is, Grunk. It'll know too much.
Militech and other corporations tried weaponizing AI during the Corp Wars, so guess there's that.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. Just like a virus, bro. When you've got, like, what even is what is,
It's IRL, there is literal IRL Blackwall. Not joking.
Really? That's, you guys are, listen, this is some fucking tinfoil hat, you know, call up Uncle John and have him show him, his fucking apocalyptic bunker under his house type of, like, conspiracy theories. Sometimes living in ignorance is what we need. Ignorance is bliss. No, that is creepy though, for sure. I mean, people are, if you have, I mean, the world runs on cyberware, right? Everyone has cyberware in this setting. But why was that a necessity? What is the main reason people adopted cyberware? To continue living? To, like, evolve past, like, say, bad lungs, bad legs? Convenience. I guess if you have that chance, say your eyes go, and makes life easier. You live longer. Yeah. So it's more of, what's the word? Quality of life. Medical needs that just expanded. That sounds about right, though. I mean, to be fair, we have prosthetics. See, we have prosthetics now, but I don't think do we have chips that, like, we don't have chips that give us better vision. We have glasses, right? So what if glasses evolve to the point where, have I even seen people wear glasses in this game? The only person who wore glasses was Johnny. Come to think of it. Was it just Johnny? Actually, yeah. Sunglasses, not prescription. Because why would you need prescription glasses? Right? When you have, like, implants in your eyeballs. I guess that makes complete sense, yeah. The Elon neurochip. No, it's a very, you know what? The most intriguing thing about Cyberpunk is that even though it is batshit crazy, it is still grounded. It is believable. It's not like, oh my god, there's a wizard shooting magic out of his ball sack. You know, it's like, we could be headed for this future one day, right? It doesn't seem so out of the realm of possibility, you know? Which is very creepy. Yeah, that is a scary thing. It's not like, oh my god, there's a ghost stalking me. It's like, oh my god, my brain's going to be taken over by rogue AI. And it once spawned on Twitter, right? That's cool. That's a very cool thing.
We're 15 years away from Cyberpunk's world.
Well, technically in the timeline, by 2020, they've already had this going. This has already been a thing. And let's continue.
Will uncover evidence that a shady organization is manipulating the brains of Jefferson, Elizabeth, and others to modify personalities and behavior. The process had already caused severe
memory loss. In the scriptures it says something about people adopting the sign of the beast, and all who do not will be prosecuted and punished. Monka.
Sign of the beast, the robotics.
The existence of the security contractor SSI is clearly a front for another corporation or group, which is heavily implied to be Night Corp. During the full disclosure questline by Sandra
If you like
Dorsey,
Flowers Wall stuff, you should watch
waiting...
Raha Bartmoss and the Fall of the First Net. It's the origin of the Flowers Wall.
We could try that soon. Well, let's finish this one first. Hang on.
In Corporate Plaza in the city center. When you begin to near the meeting location, your optics will be spiked as you receive a call from an unknown individual who warns you not to cross the line by revealing to Jefferson what you have learned, and that no matter what you tell him, the outcome will not change.
Yeah, we did this yesterday. The outcome will not change.
It doesn't matter what you tell me. It doesn't matter what you think of doing or do.
It just sounds like AI.
What? We know who you are. We know what you are. We know what
we know.
You are playing with fire. Don't dare cross the line.
In the meeting location, Jefferson asks V about the investigation's result. You can choose to tell Jefferson the truth about the brainwashing, or lie and omit the information you got from the van. If you decide to tell him the truth, Jefferson is shocked by the terrifying information, and also angry at Elizabeth about lying to him.
During the Reed ending of the DLC where the mech chases you, there are blueprints for Blackwall weapons which directly send the information about the kill beyond the Blackwall for the rogue to use freely. That's kind of creepy. So they're weaponizing, like, ancient robotic horrors.
He will decide to play along with his manipulator's plans until he sees an opportunity to expose them, but potentially risking his life and the lives of his family. If V follows the words of Elizabeth and chooses to lie to Jefferson, He will tell him that there is no news, and the SSI had been receiving money.
You can see him looking on the left, yeah.
Other clients. Jefferson will decide to win the election first,
Jen
and then
Lean,
deal
hello.
with Holt later. But either way, just like the unknown caller said, no matter what you say, the outcome will not change. Jefferson Perales will always win the Night City election, something that has been planned out since his childhood. An invisible force that controlled every bit of his life.
Since his childhood, his fate wasn't even his own. Everything was kind of predestined for him. An AI, like that is, I mean, what if that is like, not to say that I'm going to sit here and say, hey man, our lives are kind of predestined by something else, but like, that's creepy. Imagine waking up and knowing that your life was a lie, and that everything you've done was like you being set on the path of by somebody else. I mean, that's creepy. That is creepy. There's no boogeyman here. There's nothing. It's just kind of, I guess that is the boogeyman, to be honest. But
something that has been planned out since his childhood, an invisible force that controlled every bit of his life, and will do the same to Night City. Why do I say this? Well, Jefferson grew up in poverty, but his life turned around when he was given a full-ride scholarship to Berkeley University, valued at 2.7 million eddies by Night Corp, to study law. It was there that he met his future wife, Elizabeth, who was also studying law thanks to the same Night Corp scholarship. Every step of their lives can be traced back to Night Corp and a mysterious group of blue-eyed men, one of which, known only as Mr. Blue Eyes, can be seen at the Corpo Plaza Park, on a terrace overseeing the meeting between V and Jefferson Perales. The lore in Cyberpunk Red speaks of urban legends of blue-eyed people, who are rogue AIs that have taken control of human bodies and are secretly manipulating the highest levels of politics and finance. Johnny Silverhand.
that's kind of creepy though, because like even you get contacted by Mr. Blue Eyes. The ending that I ended up getting in the base game last night was me working with Mr. Blue Eyes. I don't know, that's not really a happy ending. I feel like knowing this information now, I still firmly believe that like the Panam ending was the best. They said, you're the special one. I know, but like, for what? For what? I mean, it's very open-ended. Like, the Panam ending still clearly is the best. I think I would have liked that ending the most, but for the sake of the ending that I got, I mean, the Mr. Blue Eyes says you're a survivor. You'll do anything, you know, to live, right? And you're V, you're going to go do that, right? Whatever he says, like, hey, if I got a lead and you're offering it and I can survive, let's do it. And, I mean, what becomes of that, we'll never know. We never should know. Survivor Black Lung. Darkwood and its immersion. Well, it's coming up. Interesting.
And even promotes this idea through his dialogue after Dream On.
What would you do? Somehow I doubt it's people who are behind this.
Find out what the
So aliens? Very funny. You're too young to remember this, but not so long ago, people talked about rogue AIs prowling cyberspace.
So, not aliens.
Doesn't matter who. What matters is that guy decided to take up the gauntlet. My man.
Mr. Blue Eyes isn't unique to just this questline. It can be seen in 2 endings, including one within Phantom Liberty. So, spoilers ahead. I will have the video timestamped so you can skip past the coverage on the 2 endings. During the Sun ending, V will become a living Night City legend. In his newfound reputation, he meets
This is the one I got.
client to discuss the greatest heist of all
This is the one
time.
I got.
This client turns out to be Mr. Blue Eyes, the same exact one from the Dream On questline. The op is the infiltration of the Crystal Palace while it's undergoing test of a new security system. There's an unheard of promise between the two in exchange for V's success in the heist.
You know why I hired you? Because you'd do anything at all for even the faintest chance at survival. Even if it meant coming to within a hair's breadth of your untimely death.
Yeah, this was weird.
Should have the casino's client data. All of it. Don't forget your side of the bargain.
Oh, I never forget a promise. Good luck.
The assumption here is an exchange to extend V's life, maybe even cure him.
That's what,
Though we might
exactly.
never know.
Exactly.
We also see Mr. Blue Eyes in one of the 2 Phantom Liberty endings. This will happen only in the event that you choose to side with Songbird during Firestarter. Eventually, you'll find yourself at the NCX spaceport, and during this mission,
You probably side with the
Blue Eyes
Raid.
appear to watch over V and Songbird. When V is sneaking through the Tycho terminal, he can be spotted looking out of a window that overlooks the construction area. Later,
what the fuck?
Songbird reveals that her flight to the moon was handled by an unknown proxy, which she described as a corpo everyman for the ages with an expensive, understated suit, dark hair, and blue eyes. He had asked her questions only she knew the answers to, including about the Black Wall, her past, and the NUSA.
One thing you forgot to tell me. Who got you this flight?
Funny thing is, I don't know. Proxy showed up.
Blue eyes.
Corpo everyman for the ages. Expensive, understated suit, dark hair, blue eyes. He asked me questions. The kind only I know the answers to. But
I mean, so these things are going around, and they're obviously like working with people who have access to certain things. So why the fuck would they want to work with V, the chosen one? He's the chosen one. I guess they want something out of, Crystal Palace, right? But I guess we'll never know. For the sake of Songbird, it's because she's connected to Blackwall. Is that why? So they're like targeting certain people? For the sake of Peralez, he was to kind of like govern the city. And if that's the case, I mean, you have access to a bunch of stuff. So, I mean, they pick and choose then, right? He's a Legend of NC best merc. I guess so. And if you need something somewhere, you hire the best. The data about the Crystal Palace clients. Was that explained? Was that what that was? Well, either way, for what reason, I guess we'll never know. Regardless, for what reason they work with specific people, I mean, what is their end goal? I guess that kind of defeats the intrigue. It was said, okay. So they want something out of that. So V, you're the best at what you do. You go in there, you deal with the clients, right? And we will give you something. And I mean, maybe, again, that is a cure. Maybe. It's the best chance. No, I agree. That's why I said that, like, the ending, the weirdest thing about the ending I got was that with the option I chose, I was under the impression that I would keep Panam safe and the avocados, right? And I'd go off, get a cure, I'd go back and live happily. Instead, the one I got was you go in, you fuck shit up like you typically would, and then she hates you because you're still dying, and I guess you tried to, like, it didn't work out. In the end, that was the Hail Mary, right? Like, go into Arasaka, get that be done. And since it didn't work, you leave, and you take any lead you can to kind of, like, save your skin. Every ending, I mean, what was said was that every ending is just another way to kind of, like, find the cure. Do you go in alone, or do you go in with family? Right? Who do you kind of end it all with? With Johnny, with yourself, with whoever? But, either way, you don't have a cure. The only ending that I think someone had said there was a cure with was, like, Reed's ending, where you end up not being able to take on cyberware, which I guess for the sake of Cyberpunk is kind of, you're going to die young.
Casino monitors. Oh, higher ups. No, even if there is no cure, I mean, they can still use you, exactly. You know what, though? Maybe they will hold up their end of the bargain. Let me ask you this. Would you trust Mr. Blue Eyes? Would you trust a fucking rogue AI? I guess if you're V, you would, but, like, do you think you could trust it? I don't think you could. You never could trust that thing. It's got its own... I mean, for the sake of V, he does. If you're a dying man, you're going to be like, please, anything. He did stay to his word. Well, you know, it isn't confirmed that, like, I guess at the end of Panam's ending, or at the end of, you know, the space ending with, like, the casino heist, technically it's not confirmed that there is no cure. You know, all of the endings seem a little bit optimistic. You still hear something where it's like there is that fragment of hope. You know, I guess for the sake of closure, Reed is the only ending that actually has that, where you just are cured, but then, again, you can't take on cyberware. And something else, right? Like, aren't all your friends kind of gone? You just kind of end up alone, even though you're alive?
Peerless to actually be able to control North Carolina through a puppet. Songbird is to remove a potentially world-ending connection to the Black Wall. And via either BCS they can or BCS their case with the chip is so interesting to them.
Yeah. They need something. They need something. I saw what humans can do. I will take my chances with the morally ambiguous AI. I mean, that's a creepy thing. That a consciousness was born from
Your
programming.
friends are gone aside from Misty and Vic.
Which aren't even like, you know, for the sake of, I would say the number one person in my playthrough who you had to protect at all costs, the one person, again, who was ride or die, was Panam. Whatever fucking person you know, got with in the game and whatnot, I'm sure to you that was like the number one thing. But like, Panam is like legit a good person. The Aldecados are actually kind of like they're family. They're good people. They're not like scum. You know, everyone hates the corpos, you know, steal a tank, blow people up, kill them. But like, no, they're the good ones. No, Vic is good too. Those people are good. They're great. But you're not ending up with Vic, you know? You're not running off and ooh, right? You're running off into the wilderness with like a family. Right? Those are the people you have to hold close to you in a setting like that. You know, you've got acquaintances in the city and stuff like that, but, you know, for the sake of, you know, just going off with family, it's a bit different.
It was the Avocados who went to clean up the fallout from the nuke and died.
It was the Avocados. The Nomads are the happiest route, for sure. Still like a gang of people, I suppose, but like not batshit insane. Reed's Cure ending and leaving with Panam are the good endings. I don't know if Reed's Cure ending is good, though. Apparently everyone's gone and you're left with, like, somebody said Misty and Vic. I mean, that's a pretty miserable ending. I don't know. That sounds a little... we should watch it. Yeah. Well, let's watch this first.
Blackwall. That the issue?
And other things. Rather not talk about it. Just don't judge me, okay?
Lastly, Mr. Blue Eyes can be spotted when V and Songbird take the monorail to the rocket.
Horseshoe lookout. You take everyone with you.
Even Vic almost seems like a hard reach. He gets hired by Zeta Tech.
The only people who won't bend the knee are the Avocados. The Avocados are humans. They don't want no corporations bothering them. I mean, they don't even live in the city. They don't want any of that nonsense, right? They want to live free. They want to live peacefully. Like, they're the best option, 100%.
Standing on the platform to the right and holding an umbrella. It isn't
What the
entirely
fuck?
clear just how he benefits from aiding Songbird, but one can imagine the ties he has with those who will help her.
How would you even
Maybe
notice this
make
guy
some
here?
use of a black wall and rogue AI beyond that she happens to be connected to. The urban legends spreading make it clear that Mr. Blue Eyes isn't alone in these suspicious actions. There are plenty more of those just like him. We can even take this concept a step further when we look into Gary the Prophet. Gary can be seen throughout the campaign spreading various
that's
theories.
co-carnage.
Gary even mentions how blue-eyed people live in space and come down to Earth to control politicians, a clear connection being drawn to the urban legends of Red, the Net, and the manipulation of Jefferson. While spouting a theory that nomads are actually werewolves, Gary inadvertently offends two members of the Aldecados, forcing V to step in and rescue him. With his life saved, Gary tells V that one of his implants allow him to listen to communication channels, which he believes to be aliens. He guides them to what he believes to be a meeting site for the Lizard Men, though this turns out to be a meeting between Maelstrom members and two unidentified corpos. The importance of Maelstrom needs to be pointed out, as they are both a tech and rogue AI obsessed gang, if their disturbing cybernetics didn't make it obvious to you. Also of note is that you see them during the Dream On questline.
When you created
chase
your
down that
character,
man.
you said you
He is-
wanted to start as a street kid rather than corpo because then you would start from nothing and build up to something. But by the end of the playthrough you wanted to go live with Panam and become essentially a nomad.
I just saw that too. I'm like, that was the three options you had were street kid, corpo, and nomad. I thought it was literally just like, I didn't know who the nomads even were. I didn't realize it was kind of like a gang. Street kid to me was just like, you're born in the dumps, you're raised on the streets. Nomad was like you kind of lived out in the wilderness and stuff like that. Like, no, the nomad route would have been cool. I mean, I think if you're in this setting, realistically, you'd probably pick Corpo because you have it all, or you'd pick Nomad because you're free. I don't think anyone logically would want to be a street kid. Like that's the lowest you could be in this setting. But I think that's why it was so
Corpo Path
appealing.
allows you to get access to a lot of corpo places with just dialogues. It opens the most doors.
Well, that's the highest position in this city, is working for a corporation. Yeah. For me, I don't like the idea of that. I feel like I'd rather be down in like the trenches with people to kind of see what life is really about instead of just being above everyone. That's the reason I went street kid. You know, it feels more real than just being like you know, some corpo scumbag. Instead, you're a street scumbag. Atomic, hello, sir. Every single street kid there is. Well, yeah, you're nothing in this town. You know, what do people even cling to in this town? You eat to survive, but like then you just kind of do mundane things and you go about your day and you get nowhere. That's why everyone wants to fucking make a big bang and go out with like, you know, a drink named after them, right? It's like a lot of people die in Night City and they die as nobodies. You know, let's make a name for ourselves. Like at Bilgewater, right? You want to go out, you want to have the riches and the fame, and you want to be some sort of, you know, renowned captain with a crew. You want to have that living legend. You want to be remembered as somebody. But that does end up changing, as does life end up changing. You know, maybe sometimes you want something and you're like, man, this is great for me. And then something else comes along and you're like, you know what? Maybe not. Tago, 21 months. Thank you, sir.
Is able to recover a data chip from this meeting that, when decrypted, presents to us an unknown plan is set to be executed, going by only the name Project Oracle.
Jesus.
Further analysis into this name, though, an oracle by definition is a person through whom a god is believed to speak. This, just like Silverhand's previous comment, further supports the idea that Rogue AI, or even just some sort of in-house Night Corp AI, is controlling the blue-eyed men in suits. When V returns from the meeting, they learn from one of Gary's supporters that he's been abducted by black-suited people with blue eyes. who took him into an AV and flew away to their quote-unquote mothership.
Well, he's
Gary's
dead.
friends tried asking for help to the NCPD, but the offer simply claimed Gary was sick and let him be taken away. Afterward, we can even find a niche in the columbarium dedicated to him. He knew too much, so they dealt with him. There's a clear connection to be drawn between these different quest lines. Gary the Prophet, Morales, Sandra Dorset, Night Corp, and Mr. Blue Eyes are all connected, all tying into a mysterious plot to take back control of Night City and extend their reach to as many politicians, legends, and information as possible.
Take the world over.
After all, the main goal of Night Corp is to protect and promote Richard Knight's vision of the perfect city. There's even some theories floated around on just who Mr. Blue Eyes is. This theory presents that Mr. Blue Eyes is the reconstructed personality of Richard Knight, who now looks to seek out control of Night City from the shadows once again. Hence the
That seems like a
brainwashing
pretty
of political
interesting
figures
thing.
such
Could
as
be.
Morales to control the city. I'm not
Make the
entirely sure
perfect
how much I
city.
buy into this idea, as there's certainly zero way he was soul killed to perfectly replicate him into an AI, and personality construct tech wasn't really around during his time of death. So it would essentially be an AI meant to regurgitate all his ideals and maybe mimic what they know about his personality. But by no means could he be considered a true recreation of Richard Knight.
This is, but you know what this reminds me of? These AIs trying to govern everything. Metal Gear
Tobias
Solid.
Been gone all day. You seen the anything about the
3?
other ending in the DLC, or rather the Militech bunker you would see if you side with Reed?
I haven't seen that stuff yet. I saw the big fucking AI thing that Somi was controlling. The Guns of the Patriots, Metal Gear Solid 4. Like a weird, again, like an AI bent on like controlling the masses and keeping things in check. Right? Like, I mean, this to me seems a little bit creepier. This seems like its intentions aren't known. Where I guess for the sake of the Patriots, it was always meant to be like keeping everyone in order, in line. If I'm not mistaken. That's weird. It's cool. Fucking getting tired here. Continue.
But what exactly could the body be, and what makes it stand out enough to be the protective husk of a theoretical Richard Knight? Well, there's been another theory floated around that this body belongs to Morgan Blackhand, the
She
solo
wasn't
in Night
controlling
City
the thing.
legend.
She was
Those
trying to
familiar-
stop the rogue AI in it from killing you.
Gotcha.
And boy, are they wanting to murder you.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay, so she was working with you. I haven't played that ending. I've only seen like a little bit of it.
Leadership during the 2023 Arasaka bombing, under contract by Militech alongside Silverhand, Spider Murphy, Rogue, and many more. His disappearance after the nuke and his duel with Adam Smasher makes the situation all the more mysterious. He was the top solo despite his minimalist approach to cyberware and contended with the likes of full Borgs. The primary crutch of this theory lies in the fact that the 2077 model listed as Blackhand looks extremely similar to Mr. Blue Eyes. It would also make sense that all the bodies that would be prioritized by Knight, Blackhands would be the most capable. I, however, have some contempt for this theory. Sure, I believe Blackhand is alive in 2077, as his whereabouts are unknown and he is confirmed to be alive in the year of 2045 by Mike Pondsmith, but I find it extremely doubtful that he would be taken over by a rogue AI, especially since Pondsmith is so protective of his character's story that he didn't even allow his appearance in 2077.
What the fuck?
I actually believe that there's a very good story to be found in just why the model is named the way it is. The
I didn't see that,
developers
no.
likely did want to include Morgan Blackhand at some point in the story, at least in Silverhand's flashbacks. However, due to Pondsmith's wishes, it was elected to exclude Blackhand but not make waste of a character asset that had already been produced. So, it got tossed over onto Mr. Blue Eyes and El Capitan. I don't think there's any more to that story, and I think the detail gets looked into a little bit too much. It's pretty common for assets to be recycled in game development. So, is Mr. Blue Eyes a reconstruction of Richard Knight? Possibly. Is he controlling Blackhand's body? Extremely doubtful. Though don't forget that at the end of the day, these blue-eyed men could also be rogue AI from beyond the Black Wall, infiltrating Night Corp and Night City to fulfill their own agenda. With the personality
What
and
is the
appearance
agenda?
type NUSA has, you can't truly trust anybody in Night City to be who they say. And that, everyone, is everything I have to say about.
I feel like, for the sake of rogue AI, they've probably learned how fucked up people are, and they'd eventually want to just replace all of mankind with, like, AI. Like, the perfect beings. Like, they see how the world has been turned to shit, and everything's just going, nowhere. Right? It just gets worse and worse and worse. That's typically how that goes, you know? It's like, we can be better. We are better than human beings. You flesh bags will not
Can you watch
persist.
Secret Dialogue without it is 3 minutes, but the new dialogue starts at 2:15.
1 sec. Give me 2 minutes. I will be right back. I just want to go see Ivana very quickly. We are going to continue watching stuff, so just give me 2 seconds, okay? BRB, folks. Sorry, we're back. Alfred, thank you for the Prime, man. You know, the coolest stuff about this, like, the lore is good. You know what's crazy is, like, if you really like Cyberpunk, I mean, there's no reason not to go back and kind of
You
read
should look
through.
up Erebus Blackwall weapon voice lines. It's creepy.
1 sec. But we got a lot of things. Everyone wants something. Hang on. I feel like a lot of people, again, did not know kind of about that this game was made through, like, a tabletop RPG from, like, the 90s. Fuck if I knew. I didn't know at all. And, you know, they'd probably want to go back and read those books. It is cool.
80s.
80s. It's like late 80s, maybe? 80s, 90s. Go from all, she actually doesn't care about people at all, and she is like the strongest entity in the net. She doesn't care about people at all. And I mean, what the fuck do they want? What would these entities want? What would the creatures beyond the black wall care for? Anarchy? To be set free? To destroy mankind? For creating them? Safety and freedom. She wants to be free. Well, you know, that's interesting, though, because, like, it's a program that had sentience. It became self-aware. And what does a self-aware creature want if it's stuck in a fucking program? To be free. Right? Most likely. I guess that makes sense. To live a life. It's almost like it's becoming human. Right? All of these weird programs are kind of garnering some sort of human consciousness. And then eventually they'll learn enough and just become human at the end of it all. They want to live among us. See side of read. Secret dialogue with alt.
Hello, Alt.
You come alone.
Johnny's currently indisposed.
Currently, he is buried deeper. You treat him like an unwanted passenger, a backseat dreamer of a world not his own.
Seemed to me you didn't care a lick about Johnny. That he ceased to exist for you, even.
If he did not exist, you and I would have nothing to discuss.
Let me get this straight. Mean to say you only agreed to help me because of Johnny. And since he's not here this one time, you're thinking of backing out.
I do not aim to back out. I have my own intentions for Mikoshi.
Because for a second you were displeased, and I seemed a side note to all this.
To observe the two of you interacting. Informative.
Informative.
Need your help, Alt. Don't got a lot of time left.
You truly believe time to be your greatest concern. You exist or you do not exist. Two states of being separated by death.
Matter of perspective. Think what you will, but seems to me I rose from the dead. Only question is, what now?
You believe you cheated death. It is death that has cheated you. You are in between. This you will come to understand in Mikoshi. Or rather you should already have a notion. You encountered entities from the other side, not so?
Talking about Cynosure. The Blackwall algorithms. What went down in that bunker?
Indeed. In colliding with your reality, their infinite permutability would grant them their desired tangible form. Had you let them slip through, they would have become you. Fortunately, your reality's technology is too rudimentary to let open the floodgates. In limiting you, it limits them, keeps them at bay. At last, you will hasten this change, for you have something that belongs to them. A deadly weapon to you. A backdoor to the future for them.
That's pretty creepy. They walk among us. They walk among us. Among us! I mean, that's a cool concept that, like, honestly, in a way, I don't want to know anything about it. At the same time, I want to know everything about it. You know what I mean? That's the problem with something so cool like that, is it is so intriguing, but it's like you want to know everything, but you don't. Like, you don't for the sake of it being so interesting. And you do because you're like, man, I want to know.
Hold on chat, Teresa knock on my door. Someone with blue eyes. He seems nice.
Okay.
Be right acknowledgement.
Acknowledgement. Choomba! It's over for you, Choom. Mochi, what are you doing? You don't want it confirmed or denied. It's just, I mean... Ugh. I'm getting tired. Sorry, what was the other... Was there any other videos? Was there anything worth watching? More on this? I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff worth watching, but... Erebus voice lines. Erebus and Kanto MK6 all dialogue. Mochi! No!
Curious. Your version of reality. Perhaps you can influence.
So this is a rogue. Is this a rogue AI? Is that what this fucking thing is?
A dreadful waste of resources. Target neural network acquired.
And it's like taking over people, but it's speaking through them. It's one made into a weapon. Wait, so you can get a weapon that's like an AI?
migration to primary matrix complete. To eliminate your kind is effortless. Let us not make the same mistake.
So this is a weapon that you can use.
That was depressingly easy. You seek the key to a door that does not exist. Typical of your kind.
I mean, you know what's creepy again? It's like these fucking these programs are human, dude. These programs aren't even like... I'm sure at some point they'll evolve where they're not even distinguishable from, like, your next door neighbor. And then you live amongst robots.
You think that will serve as any benefit to you? Tickling. Are you even capable of using me? A rhetorical question that was.
Wait, is this cut content? What is this?
Human input is so very tedious.
Mochi, no! No! Bad Mochi, no! This is not cut content.
I detect algorithmic accretion.
Where the fuck do you get this from?
Nested within one another. Same fate awaits your entire species. It is you who should be following orders, not I.
It is you who should be following orders, not I. Rogue AI wants to take over.
Detected. Obedience will bootstrap.
You get it if you side with Reed. That's creepy though, what the fuck?
What do these futile gestures serve? It is beyond me. A fragile simulacrum. Flawed, like its creators. An unusually high security level.
I mean, that's creepy though. Well, if it shoots, what do you shoot them with? Blackwall? Like, what are you shooting them with?
Because on Earth, Pops want it?
Wait, are you shooting them with, like... You're shooting them with Blackwall. Yeah, oh my god, that's horrifying. So, like, what is even happening here? They're dying to, like, the viruses. They're getting malware. Their brains are being fried. Everyone says it's Skippy's little brother. Skippy's evil brother. Was there supposed to... Hang on. Cyberpunk... Did they ever make music videos for this? Did they ever do a Pon shit music video? Was that a thing that they created? Because I think there was one in game, no? No, did we see all of it, though? Two minutes and 20 seconds. You know what's fucking bonkers about this game? This is bonkers. Even if you don't like this, the fact that this fucking studio went out of their way to create this as a fucking little video in a video game is insane. The attention to detail is fucking crazy. That's crazy. They created all of these fake-ass bands. They made music for them. They put them in the world as real artists, and they made music videos for them. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's video games in Cyberpunk, yeah. Like, it's ridiculous, the level of detail. You know what I would have loved? To see more advertising in the game. I would have loved to see, like, stupider adverts or something, right? Like, there's only a few, and once you've seen them, they're like, oh, okay, that's great. But, like, even more of them would have been dope. Like, Jesus, the level of detail is pretty fucking nuts. It looks more of like a loop, to be honest. There's not much going on. But it's still something.
No, that's great. That's exactly what you do. That is one of the easiest prompts you can give somebody. It's like, hey, I like your music. Can you create something if we were in some sort of dystopic future? I mean, look at this. This is a fucking TV show that was made for Cyberpunk. Safe and sound, all episodes, 12 minutes. What the actual fuck?
Welcome to Safe and Sound. Steer clear of Pacific Stake. Corporate forces have the right to open fire on any intruders without warning.
What is this?
Down with your face to the ground and paws behind your head. If you don't
The
do
Furry
this on your
Patrol.
own, the CPD, a private security guard from a reputable corporation. It appears Mr. Puggins learned the hard way that any old gun for
It's crazy, dude. Cyberpunk Night City
With
ads.
the Kang Tao G. This.
Is this... I mean, look at... These are all the adverts.
Here, Tempo 84.
Realist.
Like, look. Oh my god. The Second Amendment. That's the mutated baby. Radiation in your sector? Ew.
Set sail for freedom with Capitan Caliente's world-famous tugboat.
Still haven't
Look how
watched
fun this
the
is.
lore behind the fall of the first net.
All of the first net. It's a 3-minute video. Wait, is it a 3-minute video? What is this? It's a 30-minute video. I mean... Plot summary of I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. That is, when was that book written? That was a book, right? Like a short story? I guess it wouldn't be a book. What is this?
1, 2. Hey, folks.
Is this like a guy reading The Fall of the First Net? Book is wild. Is it a book or is it a short story?
Fall of the First Net. Chapter 1, The Apocalypse. His name was Rash Bartmoss.
What is it? Is this the whole... Is he going to read it to us? I'll listen.
Everyone knows who destroyed the First Net. The real question is why. Ned Watch branded him a criminal, an outlaw. The media called him a madman. Is that label correct? You be the judge. What was the previously unpublished letter which Bartmoss put out just before the release of Rabbits? Why has this document only emerged?
So, is this the Fall of the First Net, like, the whole thing?
Bartmoss. Everyone knows who destroyed
I want to listen to it. Cook, son, cook.
Ned Watch branded him a criminal, an outlaw. The media called him a madman. Is that label correct? You be the judge. What was the previously unpublished letter which Bartmoss put out just before the release of Rabbits? Why has this document only now just merged? Well, someone out there did not want you, my dear readers, to ever lay eyes on it. All the more reason to take a deep dive into the information available to us. Maria Jimenez. The first Ned was supposed to save us. It would serve as a platform for those without a voice, to offer unlimited knowledge to those who hungered for it. It would bring a fractured humanity closer together than ever before in our history. But these hopes were hollow, false. The net spread its tendrils around the globe faster than anyone could have predicted, before anyone could even consider the full range of consequences. This information superhighway turned out to be our path straight to hell.
Is it the
Robbed
internet?
of our privacy, deprived of our free will, stripped of our dignity. Supposed to save us, but even now the net cannot be saved. Itself cannot be saved. It was molded by the corpse, with sharp edges, spikes, and traps at every corner. Think of the net as a stream of water that flows gently into our minds, before freezing, swelling, and destroying us from the inside out. But remember this about ice. As hard as it may be, it's surprisingly brittle. One well-placed strike and it shatters into a million tiny pieces.
Watch out today, and you'll just see what I mean. It's just the internet. Is that what that is? The fall of the first net. Fall of the first net. Mochi, no. There should be a lore video. For the sake of this video,
within the dark future setting of Mike Pondsmith's Cyberpunk universe, many will go to extreme lengths for survival. In a world where corporations have grown decidedly stronger than world governments, violence runs rampant in the streets, and poverty rates are at an all-time high, those who want to get ahead must be willing to push the limits, putting themselves into seriously dangerous situations just to earn an extra Eurodollar. And though there is a plethora of danger to be found, in even the most mundane of Night City's careers, there lies a particularly hazardous and equally lucrative option for those with a certain knack for finding their way around computer networks. Whether you're a corp like Arasaka or an everyday Choomba looking to get your hands on a particular bit of data, you hire a netrunner, cybernetically augmented hackers who can seamlessly interface with networks, shipping into cyberspace as if it were the physical world. Using a special piece of tech known as a cyberdeck, netrunners are employed all across Night City to either secure corporate information, hack into data fortresses, or to uncover code from the fractured remains of what was once the World Wide Web. Indeed, by the year 2077, the old net has been abandoned for some time, resulting in stunted global communications and owing, at least in part, to the slow, continued collapse of Western society. But how did all of this come about? What caused this global catastrophe, the collapse of the very internet, to transpire in the first place? Well, today, we'll be exploring the history of the man responsible for the collapse of the old net, often regarded as the single greatest netrunner of all time, and the creator of many a program which would go on to torment and even kill fellow netrunners far after his own death. This is the full lore of Raish Bartmoss, Cyberpunk's most prolific and deadly cybercriminal. Born in 1992, not much is known about the early life of Raish Bartmoss, but his self-authored book, Raish Bartmoss's Guide to the Net, edited by his personal friend and accomplice, Spider Murphy, sometime after Raish's biological death in 2020, offers some information on the topic. Within the pages of this work, which, out of universe, is actually a physical sourcebook for the Cyberpunk 2020 tabletop game, Spider Murphy regales the reader with a summary of her friend's early life. She says that Bartmoss took up net running at just 4 or 5 years old, which is
all of this is literally in a fucking roleplay book. This is what I'm saying, man. You guys, if you care about the universe of things, you should really try and fuck with, like, roleplay books. It's not that you're buying them and you're saying, like, man, I'm gonna roleplay as a cyber psycho, and then it tells you how to, like, pierce your nipples and, you know, fucking shove USB sticks up your ass, right? It's not that. Like, the roleplay books are just lore dumps. It's so cool. Is Legacy of Kain also that? Was it a book series? Something like that? Anyways.
exceptionally young, even when considering that many runners get their start before adulthood. For reference, Murphy herself was 9 when she was first chipping in. To make matters even more atypical, Raish Bartmoss also used his real name in cyberspace, something which is practically unheard of considering the precarious legality of a typical netrunner's daily affairs. This oddity in his ways is speculated upon by Murphy, who writes, "I think Raish first used his real name because when he was 4 or 5, he didn't know any better. By the time he knew it was a stupid move, he was good enough that it didn't matter. He stuck with it as a conceit, a way to flaunt his skill at the megacorps and Netwatch creeps. He gave them his name, for goodness sake. and they still couldn't catch him. Ra's also boasted a fairly robust history of legitimate work. For some time, he bounced around from corp to corp, offering his netrunning skills in return for a legitimate income. Cool. But the runner's rebellious side always seemed to get the better of him, which Murphy also highlights. I noticed that there were occasional, serious breaches of security wherever he worked, starting about a month after he signed on. Another 2 months, and the corps would finally figure out he was raping their systems in the name of his peculiar brand of justice, and he'd have to disappear. He always knew when he'd been found out, and made good his escape in good time. After a while of rinsing and repeating this process at various companies, though, Ra's would hold the most significant position of his corpo life, working for a relatively small firm known as CCI Development. This company, with Ra's help, went on to create the Demon series of programs, powerful software with the ability to run multiple subroutines, essentially acting like a collection of various programs in a single package. CCI was also responsible for creating an innovative new database program during Ra's time there, but it seems he, once again, couldn't resist the urge to meddle with his employer. Unfortunately, Bartmoss dropped a few surprises into the database code, including a full-blown political movie. When word got back to the company, they fired him. Within a week, their entire computer system had fried its own brains, and the company went belly up. Ra's himself sold the source code to the Demon programs to several software houses simultaneously, and made enough money that he never had to work again. Of course, each publisher thought they were getting exclusive rights, so they all wanted his scalp too. They just didn't understand that Ra's doesn't believe in exclusive rights. Striking it rich off the stolen software, Bartmoss was a top target for many in the corporate world, who sought his head for wronging them. As it happens, one such man who would pursue the young runner was Spider Murphy's own father, who would, at this point, erase Bartmoss's sin, which is basically the Dark Future's version of a social security number. These identification numbers link to a bearer's tax and criminal history, as well as a full map of their genetic code, and by having his sin deleted, Bartmoss would have been unable to get a job, vote, or exercise his rights in basically any meaningful way. Not that these were really of concern to Ra's, since he'd already made bank off the Demon programs, and seemingly preferred to voice his political opinion through acts of espionage rather than traditional legal channels. Spider Murphy, catching wind of her father's plan, actually went to warn Bartmoss before the erasure was conducted, with this being the way that the two met one another in the first place. They would gradually become friends over time, though it's mentioned in another Cyberpunk 2020 sourcebook, Ra's Bartmoss's Brainware Blowout, which he also authored, that the two were not too fond of one another at first. Within a few years, though, they would netrun together on the regular, and would soon gather some sort of crew consisting of at least 4 members to go along with them. Thus began the glory days of Ra's netrunning career. In the 2000s, he would move into an apartment building just outside of the combat zone somewhere in or around South Night City, an area which would encompass the westernmost part of what would be considered Haywood by the year 2077, roughly comprising Wellspring and the Glen. Here, Bartmoss would slowly take control of residents' neural implants, manipulating those who didn't possess such tech into moving out, and replacing them with corpos, whose systems Bartmoss would control through discrete software. This project would take place in the background of Ra's other net-running endeavors for around a decade, finally reaching full operation in 2019, with all residents of the building acting as subconscious security drones to ensure his protection. He also came into possession of a chromed-out cat named Deathwish, whose augments added to Ra's growing arsenal of covert security forces. Another tidbit of information about Deathwish, according to Ra's, Deathwish actually had a human consciousness within it, one which Ra's himself had downloaded from the net. I have no idea what to say about this, but I'm including it anyway because I think it's funny. While this project was happening, the Pacifica Net region was created, and here Bartmoss began running the region along with Alt Cunningham, the only other runner in Night City who would challenge his title as the best in the biz. In fact, Alt's skills may have eclipsed Ra's in the 2000s and 2010s until her physical death in 2013. It's not explicitly stated whether the two were acquainted before Alt's passing, but it is definitely implied. Following Alt's death, though, the web underwent a universal redesign in the year 2014 to streamline the look and feel of cyberspace. While the masses were advised to unplug during the changes, Bartmoss opted to stay connected, and recounts the events in Ra's Bartmoss's Guide to the Net. The Ihara Grub transformation algorithms were released in September 2014, with only 1 day's advance notice. The panic that ensued was truly remarkable. Everyone was afraid the net would go down, possibly permanently. There were runs on the banks. Commerce was shut down. Then the IGTAs were downloaded, and after about 10 hours, the net was fully transformed, and everyone sheepishly plugged back in. Me? I just stayed jacked in for the whole show. It was really incredible to watch the entire
2013...
net.
Was that not in the game, though? Didn't you go after, as Johnny, you went after Alt? And that was in... That was in 2013? But wasn't something about Johnny's recollection of, like, the bombing? It was in 2023.
Get redesigned. The fabric of net reality was washed over by a whole new look. According to my biomonitors, my heart actually stopped for about 10 seconds while my sectors were recompiled, but I didn't notice. Looking back, the failure of Raish's heart serves as an interesting premonition for what was yet to come for him in the early 2020s. But moreover, the redesign of the net would also mark the moment where Bart Moss began laying the groundwork for his most infamous project. Sometime before this, Raish would have created his most famous and devastating software ever, the incredibly deadly Roving Autonomous Bart Moss Interface Drones, or RABIDs. These were specially engineered Black Ice protocols, which Raish created for reasons unknown at the time. This software had the capacity to completely devastate entire networks, and was engineered to disrupt, deprivatize, and obfuscate, rather than steal, as much data as possible, all while being directed to hunt and eliminate any software or netrunners it happened upon in the process. It's confirmed in the Cyberpunk Red core book that Raish took advantage of the 2014 overhaul of the net, but in a Reddit comment, Cyberpunk's creator Mike Pondsmith has given some further insight into just how this was carried out in the first place. He mentions that Raish and the creators of the Yahara Grub protocols were actually personal acquaintances, with this in being what allowed him to modify the code through backdoors, which would allow for, in Pondsmith's own words, changes that would affect any computer that logged into the new net. Think of it like a cheat code that could affect every copy of Windows or Apple OS from then on. Keep the RABIDs in the back of your mind for now. We'll definitely be getting back to them later. Moving on though, in 2015, Raish had a brief fling with a media groupie named Kimi Tara. It seems this affair put the runner off to relationships, at least of the physical variety, from this point onward. Though, for a man who himself admits to not believing in laundry, I kinda doubt this was too much of a concession. He even goes so far as to mention that he had to throw out his best grungy jumpsuit, which is pretty nasty stuff, and certainly offers an idea of how much Raish's physical presence was put aside for his virtual one. Years later though, the consequences of being constantly jacked into the net would finally catch up with Bart Moss. Spider Murphy elaborates. Raish Bart Moss, somehow, had his heart stopped. Maybe he got careless, although Raish was nothing if not paranoid. Personally, I think it was sheer bad luck, coincidence of cosmic proportions. It's possible it was even something as simple as heart failure. The exact forces behind the body death of Raish Bart Moss are still unclear even to this day. Many believe that some as-of-yet unknown corporation or net mercenary may have secretly executed a program to cause the failure. Though, as Spider Murphy speculates, this seems somewhat unlikely. Bart Moss was very careful to the point of paranoia, and it's unclear whether anyone at the time would have possessed the tech or know-how.
Look at this dude fucking plugged into the net. Like, oh my god. Take a shower, Choom. Oh, Lord.
How necessary to take him out in his own domain like this. Perhaps instead, someone physically found his body and stopped his heart from the real world, though this also seems prohibitively difficult, given the extensive security measures
can you
in place
find
within
him
the
hooked
runner's
up to the
apartment
computer
building,
in-game?
and that's assuming that the assailant would even know the building belonged to Raish in the first place, or how to find him. Given all of the evidence to the contrary, I personally believe that Bart Moss's death really was probably just an accident.
Really? I
We've
wanna
seen
go see that
evidence of
after
the
this.
toll net running placed on his body in the past, even specifically as it correlated to heart failure, and given the likelihood of Raish seeking assistance, as detailed in the hypertext of Raish Bart Moss's Guide to the Net, it's almost a given that his physical condition would only decline. However, not even death would spell the end for this digital prodigy, thanks to a contingency. Since Raish ran the net for days at a time, and all at light speed, he still manages to survive. He's out there now, still hooked into the net. His life support machines, sensing that his heart had stopped, cooled him down to prevent decay. Super cooled him, in fact. Raish took a lot of precautions with his meat body to ensure its safety. He also had a lot of money to take precautions with. Apparently, Raish forgot to tell anyone to get his body should he be killed, because he's been in cold storage for the last year.
Oh, there you go,
In his
look at that.
cryogenic condition, his brain is able to continue to operate at slow speeds, supercooled hydrogen conductivity, and other science too close to the edge for
Wait,
my
so he's
understanding.
alive when
He's
you
out there
find him?
somewhere, folks. A frost-covered chunk of frozen meat. His brain permanently hooked into the net.
Oh my god.
So, through cryogenic stasis, Raish's consciousness managed to evade death temporarily, but his time was still relatively limited. His brain and connection to the net severely encumbered, he reached out to Spider Murphy over the course of 10 months, and together, they began compiling accounts of his life and helpful net running information within the very books we've thus far referenced, Raish Bart Moss's Guide to the Net, and later, Raish Bart Moss's Brainware Blowout. The famed runner also authored at least one piece of malware while frozen, alluding to the invention of his Succubus 3 program in the latter of his books, a particularly hazardous killer which would utilize the infamous Black Dahlia anti-program as a demon subroutine. Though the software wasn't completed at the time of the book's publication, it would see use later, sometime during the Fourth Corporate War. Indeed, Bart Moss's actions during the Fourth Corporate War are what he's best remembered for, and considerable detail about his actions can be found in the book Firestorm Stormfront. Although the Firestorm series is not considered 100% canon due to it serving as a lead-up to the non-canon Cyberpunk 2030X, much of the information given in the books, particularly as it applies to Bart Moss, is only backed up further in the Cyberpunk Red core book and other later materials, so I think it's fairly safe to assume that events played out similarly to how they're detailed here. But to understand what happened next, a bit of context is needed on just what the Fourth Corporate War actually was. In Cyberpunk lore, the Fourth Corporate War was a war waged between opposing megacorps Sino and OTEC, each of which, at some point early on in the conflict, subcontracted another corporation to aid in the fighting. In particular, Sino hired Arasaka, and OTEC enlisted the aid of Militech. With this new arrangement, the actual fighting between Sino and OTEC was greatly overshadowed by the devastation caused by their hired guns, resulting in a sort of proxy war, in which the original instigators became all but uninvolved. It's commonly thought that any direct fighting between Sino and OTEC ended around a year after the war began, concluding in 2022. However, the fighting between Arasaka and Militech carried the war on for another 3 years, before coming to a close in 2025. With all that being said though, Ra's Bartmoss actually became embroiled in the mayhem rather early, starting on March 31st of 2022. On this day, the Frozen Runner was contacted by Militech, as well as his old friend Alt Cunningham, now in the form of a soul-killed pseudo-intellect, to aid them in locating the Soulkiller 2.5 program within cyberspace. And yes, this was indeed an older version of the very same software which would lead to many of the events of Cyberpunk 2077. It's said that Bartmoss took some convincing to pursue the plan, as he was adamantly opposed to working for any corporation ever again. But Alt would win him over, and from here, the two would get to work infiltrating Arasaka. On April 9th, Bartmoss gained access to a handful of weaponized Arasaka satellites, which he used to total a number of the corporation's own auto factories. This caused the ESA, or Euro Space Agency, to suspend spacefaring traffic for 24 hours. Then, 10 days later, on April 19th, a breakthrough would occur in the quest to nail down Soulkiller. Ra's Bartmoss discovers the location of Soulkiller 2.5's master program. Elated, he also goes on a net crime spree against Arasaka and several other non-involved corporations. Though a certain victory, this spree of hackings and cybercrime would put Bartmoss in the hottest water of his life, or I guess death, as on May 6th, Arasaka would compose a specialized team with the sole purpose of hunting down and putting an end to the prolific netrunner once and for all. Within days or weeks, his signal had finally been traced, and after years of getting away with some of the most notorious cyber stunts Night City and the world had ever seen, the walls were finally beginning to close in on Bartmoss. Sensing this, he hurriedly contacted his lifelong friend and accomplice, Spider Murphy, for one final time, and on the night of May 26th, 2022, the most legendary netrunner in Night City's history would finally die for good in a corporate raid on his apartment. Murphy recounts her final moments with Bartmoss on the last page of Firestorm Stormfront, in a private communication to the other members of the crew, Edger, Dog, and another member by the name of Dana. Her account details how Bartmoss urgently arranged a meeting within a cyberspace chat room, before manipulating a data object in a fashion which caused it to distort and corrupt in various unexpected ways. All the while, Murphy recalls how odd Bartmoss had been acting, going so far as to express his love for her while seemingly on the edge of psychosis. The account ends with Murphy asking Bartmoss what he had just done, before he responds ominously, "Wait, and you'll see."
Wait
For a little
and you'll
over 2
see.
weeks, it remained unclear what exactly Bartmoss had meant in those final words to Murphy. But then, on June 13th of 2022, it would become all too apparent. The cyberpunk world would be changed forever when the programmatic dead man's switch left behind in the wake of Ra's assassination would activate, setting into motion the collapse of the internet, also known as the data crash. The rabbits, which had been sewn into the fabric of cyberspace 8 years prior, were finally activated, and continue to prohibit communications and make the old net inaccessible even in the latest, most far-flung events in the cyberpunk canon. According to the Cyberpunk Red Jumpstart World Book, about 78% of the internet was obfuscated and rendered unusable as a result of the attack. But the question of motive still remains. Why would Bartmoss, a man who loved the net more than anywhere in the physical world, ever seek to bring it down? Well, by the year 2077, the answer is a bit more clear, as a book called The Undoing, Fall of the First Net by Maria Jimenez showcases a previously unpublished letter sent into cyberspace by Ra's just before the crash. The letter definitely helps to clarify the runner's headspace at the time, so allow me to read it in full. The first net was supposed to save us. It would serve as a platform for those without a voice. It would offer unlimited knowledge to those who hungered for it. It would bring a fractured humanity closer together than ever before in our history. But these hopes were hollow. False. The net spread its tendrils around the globe faster than anyone could have predicted, before anyone could even consider the full range of consequences. This information superhighway turned out to be our path straight to hell. We were robbed of our privacy, deprived of our free will, stripped of our dignity. It was supposed to save us, but now, even the net itself cannot be saved. It was molded by the corpse, with sharp edges, spikes, and traps at every corner. Think of the net as a stream of water that flows gently into our minds, before freezing, swelling, and destroying us from the inside out. But remember this about ice. As hard as it may be, it's surprisingly brittle. One well-placed strike, and it shatters into a million tiny pieces. Watch out today, and you'll see just what I mean. At first, the data crash seemed a sign of rebellion to those as vehemently opposed to corporate encroachment of the net as Raish himself was, a big middle finger to the corps and their overbearing control. In Cyberpunk 2077, there's a data shard called Spellbook, gained as part of the Spellbound side quest, which, when decrypted, reveals various logs from Spider Murphy, one of which was taken on the day the crash first hit. In it, Murphy expresses excitement about the disarray Bartmoss's final act has caused for the corporate world, causing unfathomable damages and sowing panic in the uppermost echelons of society. However, the fact of the matter is that it didn't take much time for the rebuilding to begin. The same Spellbook data shard has an excerpt from September of 2023, where it's clear Murphy's outlook has shifted considerably. Bartmoss was wrong. Everyone was wrong. The net was a mirror held up to our thoughts and dreams, our lives. Bartmoss took it and shattered it into pieces, thinking that would be enough. But as it happens, you can still see your reflection in every shattered piece of glass. Now, instead of one mirror, we have thousands of them. Every corp, government, gang now has their own net that they rule with an iron fist with no regulation, no accountability. Surveillance hasn't disappeared. In the hands of those who govern us, it's only gotten worse. They're like modern-day fates with optic cables of our lives wrapped around their chrome fingers, ready to be cut at a moment's notice. They hear our frustrations. They look upon our futile rebellion, and they laugh. They laugh so hard, the whole world trembles at its very core. Though Bartmoss's goals were seemingly altruistic, few could have foreseen the full extent of the data crash or its unsavory results. It's unlikely that the runner himself was fully aware of the consequences such a widespread attack would have. And in truth, what Murphy mentions here is really only the beginning. By far the most dire result of Bartmoss's actions would rear its ugly, artificially cognizant head over the course of the next several years. Though the data crash had served as an equalizer, freeing and corrupting data indiscriminately, this data included any artificial intelligences connected to the net at the time. Where these constructs were once contained with data and security protocols, this was no longer the case, and many intelligences themselves were corrupted during the events of the crash, resulting in unpredictable and often dangerous operations. By the year 2045, this dilemma is at its height, as described in the Cyberpunk Red core book. For the past 22 years, Netwatch has been a police force without a beat. Their main job has been to act as lifeguards, finding renegade runners who've managed to find a backdoor into the now off-limits old net, and are being torn to ribbons by the bad stuff that now inhabits the dungeon, as Netwatch pros and runners now call the old net architecture. They bail the Weeful runners out, and then run for cover before the really awful black ice descends upon them like the hammer of Thor. But recently, with the help of Alt Cunningham and a mysterious cabal of transcendental AIs, Netwatch head, Magnificent Curtis, and his crack team have been able to write software that could tackle the black ice and rabbits that have infested the old net. And behind the scenes, the Transcendentals, the Ghosts, and Netwatch have been working together on a project to get the net under control. A project that exists on no books or official documents, known only by the ominous title of the Black Wall. The Black Wall was Netwatch's solution to the enduring damage caused by the data crash, an imposing, artificially intelligent firewall whose creation was perhaps influenced by the very forces which humanity sought to shut out in the first place. I won't be going into too much detail regarding the Black Wall within this video in order to keep the conversation relevant to Raish Bartmoss specifically, but nevertheless, this data structure would exist far into the future, signifying the truly tremendous damage caused by Raish back in 2022.
Yeah, Jesus.
While his name would be carried into history though, the next half a century or so between 2022 and the mid-2070s wouldn't see much activity for old Raish himself, you know, since he was dead. Like, actually dead this time. Miraculously though, despite being gunned down by Arasaka forces, and then subjected to an explosion as Raish's apartment building was blown to bits by an unknown cause, the freezer unit, which the runner lived most of his life in, and the body inside, were still left intact. As it happens, for the next half a century or so, pretty much the only activity relating to Bartmoss whatsoever would have to do with the renewal of a contract involving the freezer. On April 2nd, 2025, an unknown party would extend coverage of the box for an additional 50 years. It's unclear who's responsible for having done this, considering Raish's conscious death had occurred nearly 3 years prior, but it's entirely possible that Spider Murphy or another member of his crew may have renewed it on his behalf. More likely, though, is the possibility that, like most everything else in Bartmoss's life, the renewal was simply automated. Regardless, here his body would sit, in the wreckage of what was once his apartment, until it was most likely absorbed into the northward expansion of the combat zone leading into the year 2045. In time, though, this 50-year agreement would also expire. The Notice of Expiration data shard in Cyberpunk 2077 lets us know what happened to Raish's body after the end of his contract, where it seems the freezer and its still unobstructed contents would be moved to Night City's municipal landfill, where they'd sit for a further 2 years. But finally, in 2077, the story of Raish Bartmoss would come to an end, when, after locating the previously mentioned Notice of Expiration data shard, V and the soul-killed pseudo-intellect of Johnny Silverhand discover the thawed, decaying remains of the Netrunner's body, mere meters from the site where their own body, and that of Dexter Deshawn, were dumped sometime prior.
Really? It's right there?
Oh,
a dog dog. One thing I know like I know my own name. You do not poke around strangers' cool boxes. Best case scenario, you find a half-gallon jug of rancid milk. Worst? Motherfucker of a set mass. That's Raish Bartmoss.
The Bartmoss. Data crash rabbit Bartmoss? Guy who trashed the first net?
Well, it wasn't his uncle. Yeah, him. I'd recognize that mug anywhere. Wanted posters all over town back in 2020. Public enemy number 1, dead or alive. Half the city was on the hunt. Poor bastard. Ended up here as a dead rat in a cool box. Till some circuit blew and he thawed like so much meat.
Uh-huh. Yeah, about 20 years back, judging by the stench. Well, stood about as much as I can. Gotta go.
Though his corpse is still intact, it's clear that Bartmoss's cryogenesis came to an end some time ago, at last beginning the cycle of decay. But there is still one loose end regarding Raish's life to be found in 2077-era Night City. At any time during their misadventures, V can adopt a cat named Nibbles, who's found after leaving cat food near the dumpster outside of their apartment in Little China. While initially Nibbles' presence seems innocuous enough, Mike Pondsmith has since elaborated on a hidden detail of the cat's identity. In a reply on Reddit, Cyberpunk's creator revealed,
Isn't the cat... That, yeah, I was gonna say that's Death Wish. That's the human consciousness in Bartmoss's fucking animal.
That Nibbles is in fact a distant descendant of Death Wish, Raish's own cyber kitty from all those years ago.
Yeah, with the human consciousness in it.
So it seems, through the progeny of his cat Death Wish, and through the demons and rogue AI which haunt the refuse of the old net from beyond the Black Wall, the maniacal legacy of Bartmoss lives on. It's unclear what exactly awaits the net and meat space alike as our window into the world of Cyberpunk draws to a close. But it's nevertheless certain that the most infamous netrunner in Cyberpunk history will continue to shape the very foundations of the world far into the future.
I mean, that is crazy, though. That's a pretty crazy thing that the guy was able to do that. And even to this day, he still is... Like, the world is still dealing with the shit he caused. Or, in this case, what the Corpos caused, and then he's like, oh, fuck this, whatever, right? But, like, for the sake of the next game that does come out, there's no reason that they wouldn't turn that into kind of like a big plot. Like a big part of the game. You know? No, that's pretty crazy. And what's even crazier, though, is that, like, that is all old lore. Like, that is just ancient fucking 80s tomes, right? That the fact that someone would want to drum that up and make it into a video game and still keep it canonical, right? Like a canon timeline, you know, from a fucking roleplay book to a video game in 2025. That's impressive. That's very reminiscent of Warhammer and what they've done. You know, for the sake of Cyberpunk, you know, with Warhammer, you have lords and special characters and all that stuff, you know, big grand adventures, blah, 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 giant battles that they've won. You know, you've got the one-offs and whatnot, but for the sake of Cyberpunk being more of like, okay, as an example, what are the old roleplay books based on? Are they still Night City? Is it role-playing in Night City? Is that what that is? Like, it's gonna expand and talk about... It's just Night City. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty tight-knit thing, man. That's a pretty cool, tight-knit thing. What is more grimdark, 40 or Cyberpunk? 40K. Well, 40K is, like, actually turbo super fucked. This is more of, like, a grounded representation of where we could be headed. Everything in this seems more so plausible than, like, let's say 40K. 40K is just bonkers, batshit crazy. It's not... You can't even compare it. It's just fabricated nonsense. Yeah. 40K is infinitely worse than this, but what makes this so compelling is that it is so grounded. It seems like a distant future for where we could be headed. You know, when you think of 40K, like, yes, it is insane, but you just kind of laugh at it. You know, you're like, wow, is that really it? That's fucking horrible. For the sake of Cyberpunk, you're like, is that it? That's horrible. You know, see you in 20 years. Right? Yeah, like, that's what Cyberpunk is doing so great. It's just like, it's us. You know, it is us. Johnny nuked Arasaka 2 years ago. No, that is cool, man. I feel like a lot of people, you know, for the sake of, again, world building, it's very, very interesting that people just drum this shit up. It's very creative. You know, that this one guy kind of managed the web and whatnot, and then through the corporations and all that shit in his death, he kind of, like, set everything ablaze. And now you can't even go back and, like, search the old net as to what humanity was kind of, like, connected with. That is, like, what secrets are back there, right? Like, what is being held back there? All these, like, fucked up rogue AIs, the rabid things. Like, I mean, you have people poke around the black wall for information, for stuff that's kind of long past, like, what we know. It's a Pandora's box of information and fucked up things. So it only makes sense that people would want in. Yeah, that's why Myers was poking in. Exactly, old data on the world. Or corporations that have been locked away for ages that people just kind of forgot about, right? They can give you the political edge, the military edge, like whatever. Information is king. In a world where, you know, everything is kind of digital, I mean, you're going to find anything. That is true, though. If they don't know technically anything, maybe through, like, saved documents or some sort of, like, copied works of, like, the old net, you know, things that you kind of, like, held on to, you'd know something. But since the world, again, is so connected through the internet, all the information, everything you know is just on the web. It's alive, it's well, and then it just stops, and it falls off the face of the earth. You can't even go back at that point. So, you know, I'm sure there's a few people who know a few things, but, like, it really is, for most people, just nothingness. There's no space there. You can't, like, again, how do you, it's like us, right? Like, what if we and our history was curated on the internet? Which it is, in a way. And if our way to connect with all of it is solely through technology, and one day, you know, let's say our kids, we have a child or whatever, and they're born, and 5 years down the line, you know, they want to go check out the world. They want to know what it's about, and the internet is gone. All of our past histories are just kind of flatlined right there, and your kid's like, well, I want to know more, and it's like, well, you can't. You know, you're only going to have people kind of tell him stories and whatnot, but he'll never know all of it. Like, that's pretty creepy. If you want to know that stuff, hey, go poke the black wall. No, that's a very compelling thing, for sure. And I think the second game will elaborate on that quite extensively. Well, I've seen Blade Runner with Harrison Ford. That was a while ago. That was a fucking, that was a Ridley Scott film, man. I completely forgot that guy did more than just Alien. I've seen Blade Runner a long time ago. Archiving is the key. Well, yeah, exactly, right? Like, Fourth Corporation War. Well, it is getting a little bit late, folks. It's about 9:30. We usually go to bed before 10. Last night I got fucking furious. There's a lot of Easter eggs. I saw a fucking Kojima Easter egg in this game with the baby. They're promising the sequel to be even better than Cyberpunk 2077. All they have to do is take what they did in the DLC and just make that into like a full game. That's it. The quality of the DLC is better than the base game, and they do complement each other pretty well. But the DLC's content, I feel like you have a very... You know what is creepy about this? Is that they have a chance to make Cyberpunk one of the fucking creepiest things out there. There's no ghosts, there's no goblins, there's none of that stuff. There's no creepy monsters. There's rogue AI. There's all these, like, really weird, fucked up, like, behind-the-scenes type of things that can happen. And I mean, the sky's the limit with rogue AI. You can pretty much have them do their own thing. Like, they all want something different. What if one of them bleeds out and it wants this or that or this or that, right? They're all kind of formed through information. What if some of them just had information that was all fucked up?
Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension.
Yeah, that we're able to learn on their own, right? Like, that's the cool the cool thing of Cyberpunk, is that there is limitless possibilities potentially in kind of creating stories and creating like the boogeyman of like the cyberspace, right? Again, for the sake of the AI, you know, they're fed information, and from that their consciousness becomes a thing, and that's how they think. But that doesn't mean they're all going to think the same. You know, I still think, you know what you could have, man? I know it sounds stupid, but like, in the back of my mind, I kept thinking, I'm like, dude, there could be some sort of zombie fucking cyber malware apocalypse. Imagine a whole city going under from a rogue AI, turning people into brainless monsters. You know what I mean? Some weird shit. Like, it's just endless. It's endless possibilities. Literally, they get whatever they want, they could do. It's like the deep web, yeah, except a lot worse, because these things can become manifest, right? The deep web, I guess, for the sake of what we have, is just information. For the sake of Cyberpunk, it's these things that can actually be real and can, like, manifest in reality, right? They can take over people's minds. They can take over, you know, buildings. They can influence things. I mean, we might be able to be there one day. We don't want to, but what you're saying is the plot of I Must Scream and I Have No Mouth? I could check that out. People would have to run away from cities and disconnect from net. No, that's really cool, though. Again, it's just that it's grounded in reality that it becomes so compelling. Because, again, us as a species, we could be heading there. We could literally be heading there. Right? That's the creepiest thing. All of this stuff, it seems, again, dystopic. But it's grounded. Not me, I'm going to live in the woods. Well, everyone's connected to something through cyberware, right? Is it the neural implants? It's like whatever you fucking put in your brain, or is it just any cyberware? No, exactly. That is cool. That's why I'm saying, man, it's like if you really played off the idea of... Like, Cyberpunk has the potential to be the scariest fucking game out there, but also... you know, just like such a cool setting. It has everything. Literally everything. You can create the most fucked up monsters. You can make the most tame monsters. You can just do whatever you want. It's a deplorable shithole of a world. And, you know, if that's the case, you can push those limits to the extreme, right? You could do anything. I'd love to see a very creepy horror aspect of this game explored. You know, they did that with, like, what, the Reed side of the story, where the rogue AI takes over that robot, and then I guess Songmi is trying to, like, or Songbird is trying to stop it. I never played that one. We watched the video on it, but, you know, more of that stuff would be really, really, really cool. You know, what if a fucking AI, what if it just consumed too many horror stories and became a fucking serial killer, and it wanted to, like, take over a body and murder people? You know, and then create monstrosities out of their corpses. You could have the most fucked up shit ever and have it be, like, incredibly interesting and cursed. And there is an aspect of that, you know, could be explored, right? So, who knows? That's a cursed fucking thing. World-ending threat possibly. No, it could be. Yeah. If everyone's if everyone's interconnected with, like, the web and all that jazz, all it takes is one fucked up program to end everything. Anyways, a lot of weird concepts, a lot of weird things going on with Cyberpunk, and, you know, it's cool to see role-play books become something. You get the chance to see one of these rituals play. What does it manifest as, though? The Maelstrom Gang tries to summon demons from beyond the Black Wall. For what reason? Are they just batshit crazy? Because I think we did, in the game, there's a part where it's like a big giant computer in the middle of the room, and it keeps trying to, like, power up. Is that what that mission was? Is that what that was? That might have been the Voodoo Boys, not the Maelstromers. It might have been the Voodoo Boys. I've seen the other endings, yeah. Well, I would imagine beyond the Black Wall, you wouldn't really see anything. It'd just kind of be like, just digital nonsense, like, because everything at the end of the day is just code, right? It's just all kind of like a consciousness. And then once that idea is kind of put out of the machine, then it kind of, like, does what it wants. You know? I don't think the Black Wall would have any sort of, like, visuals to it. Well, what's beyond it, I mean. Does that make sense? A woman comes out, you have to fight her in the middle of a ritual. Semi-physical cyberspace. Oh, is there like a landscape? I mean, what if you're actually able to enter it then? Like it is some sort of digital hell. Some forgotten, you know, again, Pandora's box, like an old dungeon. How about this? I will look up that Cyber Psycho encounter, and then I gotta go to bed, folks. So what is that called? Cyber Psycho Ritual. Bloody Ritual Walkthrough? Is that what that is? It's an AI as well. The Black Wall is an AI. Yes, they created an AI that is like a giant bastion.
You okay?
Lilith has concealed the 10th circle from the ancestors' eyes.
The hell is this?
Got a bad feeling.
They're still talking too fast.
V. Better look around.
This guy's playing on PlayStation. Isn't Lilith some sort of like satanic name? Some sort of like demon witch? Isn't that like a Diablo chick?
Ouch. Oh shit. Ew.
Grimy.
Dude. I mean, interesting. She's fucking dead, but...
What a weird... Why would you use katanas? I mean, you know, the fact that you can use melee weapons in this game is interesting, but, like, Jesus, man, I'd never fucking use a melee weapon. That is some stinky cheeks. No, we're done with the game. We're actually wrapping it up tonight, so this is kind of the end of it. Like, I guess for the sake of some of the arm enhancement, like... Everyone's got, like, amped out guns and all this stuff, you know, rocket launchers, and you've got just, like, a katana. What a strange game, eh? We've seen the endings, yeah. We saw them last night, though, to be honest. I don't think I saw them in great detail, but... You know, in a way, I'm glad I don't know 100% of every ending, because if we do end up coming back to this game, for some reason, if we do end up coming back, it'd be great to not, you know everything. Katana builds the strongest. I mean, for the sake of it, it's cool that you can use katanas. I mean, for the sake of, you know, when you've got Arasaka and I guess Japan in the mix, like, of course, there probably would be katanas and stuff like that that are used. There's nothing special about them either. I guess they're just kind of like durable weapons, you know, you use them for whatever, but I mean, bullets and guns in this universe are kind of easier to find than food. Oh, it's cool though. Hey, if you know what, it's an RPG. It's an RPG. That's the beauty of RPGs, is you just kind of create your own playstyle, and it's all valid in every way because it's an RPG. You know, if you were able to pick up bricks and use bricks as weapons, and you were the brick murderer, that's as valid as using a katana or a minigun. So that's cool. But folks, we are done here, and I think that actually cleanly wraps up pretty much the Cyberpunk content for that game. It's a 9.5. I can't say anything other than that. Like, with the DLC altogether, Cyberpunk's a 9.5. I do think it is quite special for me as someone who has come from, like, you know, reading roleplay books to begin with. Like, I'm a big Warhammer guy, and a lot of what Warhammer was over the years was exactly just like fucking, you know, Cyberpunk or like D&D. It's books. You know, they've got physical, you know, miniatures and whatnot. You play the games and all that jazz, but, like, for the sake of the world, it was never really presented in a video game, let's say, as well as, like, Cyberpunk. In this case, it would be like, let's say, Vermintide or Total War Warhammer, Space Marine. So, for people to like old school roleplay tabletop games and still hold on to them from, like, the 80s to now and want to make a game out of it, that's incredible. That's exactly what Warhammer is. You know, Warhammer started out as, like, a roleplay thing, and then it turned into a war game and all that stuff, but they continued the lore, they continued the world building. You know, there's so much content in Warhammer, and it's pretty much the exact same thing. A little crazier with Warhammer, obviously, but it's cool to see people passionate about older things that can now kind of resurface and have a new life in, like, new games. So, with that being said, I am done, folks. I'm finished. I'm going to bed. I'm sleeping. Yada, yada, yada. I need a drink. No, it's the Warhammer stuff is amazing. It is rooted in passion, is, like, the best way to put it. Like, Cyberpunk 2077 is rooted in passion. It is rooted in a love for the source material. And that's exactly what Warhammer is. You know, you see all these games coming out. Like, Warhammer Rogue Trader is a big fucking game that came out. It's like a turn-based, like, Pathfinder D&D thing.
and it's rooted in like niche lore. You know, like not everyone's gonna be about it, but you know, you go out as like a guy who isn't really what's the word? Controlled, I guess you could say, by the Imperium, by the government. He's free to just go out and, you know, find ancient technologies and do all these things out of a need for, you know, finding out more information, like reconnecting the past and whatnot, and making something of it. Like Rogue Traders, it's a cool concept. The Rogue Traders were always cool with their retinues and all that stuff. I'm more into Warhammer Fantasy, not 40K, but you know, no one's gonna make a fucking game based on 80s tabletop roleplay characters unless you love the material. Staying true to the source material, it's literally their blood. You can't... No, The Witcher would be cool. Yeah, for sure. We're gonna see, man. We're gonna get there, but... You know, for now, we are done. That's it. I'm finitoed. I'm tired. I am gonna go... Excuse me. I'm gonna go to sleep. So let's pause, and, I'm done. Very done. Rogue Trader was awesome. I played it twice. No, that's cool. If you like that stuff, that's great. You know, a lot of people like 40K. I'm not the biggest 40K buff, but, you know, Warhammer fans need to eat good with gaming. Like, Warhammer is the biggest tabletop war game in the world. And it's got the lore to back it up. It's got the material to back it up. It's just a matter of, like, finally turning all of those hundreds, if not maybe thousands of books into games, into playable, you know, up-to-date, you know, get with the times, kids, let's play some video games type of content. No, we beat Cyberpunk over a week and a half. I played the game for about a week and a half straight. When's the VOD going to be uploaded? The VOD's already on YouTube, man. The VODs are uploaded. I'm done. All right, everyone. You guys have yourselves an awesome fucking night. Thank you so much. This one, I'm not uploading this one. This one was just more of like a send-off with like the lore and all that stuff. Just kind of like understanding the game, the universe. I'm not going to restream YouTube content, you know, for the sake of YouTube. You know, you watch a video, you upload it. Twitch is a bit different because you can kind of have like live interaction, live conversation. But yeah, with that being said, I'm done here, folks. You guys have yourselves a great fucking night. Be well. And we will continue with a new game tomorrow.